All right, let me bring up. All right, welcome to the Advisory Committee meeting of May 1st, 2025. We have two items on the agenda for tonight, a report from subcommittee discussion and votes on warrant article 24, which is regarding real estate transfer fee. There's both the main motion and a couple of amendments to consider. And then following that, we'll have a report from the ad hoc subcommittee that was reviewing the DPW budget, or the attention of the DPW budget focused on the solid waste contract, followed by discussion of potential motions, and then vote on the DPW operating budget. If there are members of the public who wish to comment for the committee on any of the items on the agenda for tonight, drop your name in the chat. We'll call on you, and then we'll move on to our discussion on warrant article 24.
So the first person is Spencer Destine.
My name is Spencer Destine. I work for the sanitation division. I want to talk about some of the things that's been going on, because I've been just sitting and listening, which I want to kind of debunk the things that's going on. Well, which one thing was Kevin Johnson was saying that they did 6 miles of concrete, which I've talked to one of the guys that used to work here, and he said that they've never done 6 miles of concrete. They do it by the yards. I know he says that they're not getting efficient with the potholes, which they're doing the potholes, and they're doing it on the weekends too. So potholes are getting done. And another thing was they are pulling trucks. They pulled the truck last Tuesday, which I wasn't working last Tuesday, but they did pull a truck last Tuesday to sit, which that man is part of sanitation. He is a driver for the sanitation department. They pulled him to make him go do section work where he could have gone and helped the guys out doing trash. He didn't. They just pulled him and just let sanitation fall. He could have been out there helping them with no issues, but I don't know what is their rhyme and reason, because every Mondays and Tuesdays they like to pull this truck off the unit. Because I've done the bulk truck which you stay out there all day until you get the work done. You've always got the work done, but now they want to pull the truck off and have it do something else, another like section work which we have work out there that needs to be done. Also, there's they always say that there's always a revolt on trash. There's never a revolt on trash. Me personally, I like doing trash. I have no issues doing trash. I even like today, I stayed late just to finish up the trash, just to help the guys out. I'm always the one that likes to help guys out. I have no problem helping the guys out, but they make it an issue, and the managers are. I'm not saying all of them, but some of these managers are not what you think they are, and that's what I would like to say.
Thank you so much. Richard Murphy.
Hi, Harry. Richard Murphy, Brookline resident, town meeting, transportation board. I just like to address, or would like to hear the safety concerns of operating these trucks. We know that some of them are not in good condition, as Aaron has indicated and Kevin Johnson has brought to the attention. But we rent vehicles for departments, and we rent the vehicles because the truck is not suitable to be on the street. So Spence, who just spoke, is driving the right arm truck is the only one that's in availability to do the operation, but yet it has a serious hydraulic problem in the truck, which is hazardous to the driver, other vehicles, because it can stop on a dime as soon as that hydraulic completely gives out. They're in the process of repairing that, knowing the issue. But my understanding is, why are we allowing them to not be able to rent a vehicle when it's called for, and that we are creating a safe environment for our employees? We were told on the last call that there's no trucks available in this area, that we would have to pay $12,000 or more for a 4-week time frame. And quite honestly, New England Refuge Rental in Ashland, Massachusetts, and I checked with them last Friday, and I checked with them 2 weeks ago. They have the same exact right arm truck available to rent for 4 weeks for $9,800, and then it's prorated by week after that. So we could be able to provide a safe vehicle no matter what we do in July. But I'm addressing the safety issues that these drivers are dealing with on a daily basis, and we need to give them more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, that's it for public comment.
Okay, thanks, everybody. We're going to move on to warrant article 24. And I don't have my notes here, so I'm not sure who's presenting.
Mr. Selwyn is presenting for the Land Use Subcommittee.
Great, go ahead, Lee. Thanks, David.
Okay, I'm gonna want to screen share.
Yep, 1 second. You should be able to now.
Try this again. Okay. All right, so the Article 24 was filed as a home rule petition to ask the state to allow the town of Brookline to impose a real estate transfer tax. The tax would be imposed at the time that property is sold. It would be paid by the seller, and it would be based on the sale price of the property. As written, it contemplates several different possible levels of several different possible levels of exemption between from 1 million, 2 million, or 3 million, and several different tax rates that could range from as little as 0.5% up to a maximum of 2%. And what I've done here is to develop a matrix based on the table that was in the petitioner's explanation, but I presenting it a little bit differently as a matrix where along the left side are the alternate tax rates, and across the top are the alternate exemptions. So what you can see is that based on the particular intersection of a tax rate and an exemption, what the effective revenue would be, and for that particular combination. The tax itself is paid to the town, and as originally submitted, the proceeds would go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I understand that the Select Board has an alternate proposal which would split it between the housing trust and the town general fund. But Alec, is that is correct? Is that true? I just,
Yeah, just to be clear, that was an amendment offered by myself, Paul Warren, and John Van Scoyac. That's been accepted as the petitioner's main motion.
okay. The subcommittee addressed this at the subject of warrant Article 24 in two separate segments or two separate issues. The first was whether it should be a home rule petition or a resolution. Representative Vitolo attended our meeting and expressed strong misgivings about having it presented as a home rule petition. He felt that it was not likely to be considered. It was sort of not consistent with what home rule petitions are supposed to do, and he continues to be concerned about Brookline throwing too many home rule petitions at the state legislature. The subcommittee discussed this at some length and ultimately concluded by a 5-0 vote that it should be offered in the form of a resolution and not a home rule petition. And the substance of the resolution is it asks the state to consider adopting legislation that is consistent with the subject matter as described in the warrant article. The subcommittee then went on to discuss the merit of the tax itself and took a separate vote on that. I spent a good deal of time explaining at the subcommittee meeting that I felt that this tax was heavily skewed to the disadvantage of single-family homeowners. And I presented a few slides, which I'd like to review with you very quickly here. In the first slide, this is all based on the 2023 to 2024 transition between those two tax years. So in the first slide, we see there was a good size increase in the residential component of the Brookline property taxes, but almost no change in the business and the commercial revenues. So basically, homeowners and residential properties picked up almost all of the tax increase between FY23 and FY24. And this kind of shows overall how much of the property taxes in Brookline are paid by residential properties. This slide shows the relationship between the distribution of properties in the town and their percentage of the total tax burden. The single-family homeowners represent roughly 19% of the residential housing units in the town and pay 40-some odd percent of the total real estate taxes in Brookline. And in fact, this is just shows the transition from FY23 to FY24, and in terms of the increase. And here we have that same 19% paying 67% of the total increase for FY24. I won't bother going through the rest of these, but because they're in your packet. But this one is kind of interesting because it again highlights the single-family burden as opposed to their share of the property taxes. I raise all of this because the effect of the real estate transfer tax, because of the exemption, operates to affect almost exclusively single-family homeowners. So it's going to be very easy for everybody else to kind of say, okay, well, you know, no skin off my back. I'm not going to be affected by it. So why don't we just go ahead and vote for it? The I've asked, I had a lengthy conversation, a couple of conversations with Ted Costigan, the town assessor, about this, and he had some concerns, and I believe he's here tonight. Is he in fact here? I haven't seen him check.
Yes, he has signed in, Lee.
Okay, because he was going to add some commentary about the implementation of this. I am proposing 2 amendments, which were distributed in the packet. The first amendment would base the taxable amount not on the actual sale price, but on the sale price less closing costs, which would include things like the broker's fees, transfer taxes, lawyers' fees, and the like. These are typically set out in a closing statement that is distributed to and agreed to by all the parties, and effectively reduces the proceeds that are ultimately paid to the seller by the amount of these fees. So in the first of my amendments, it would the tax would not be based on the gross purchase price, but on the price net of the closing costs. The second amendment that I am proposing would further reduce the taxable value by the amount of any mortgage that is effectively being paid off at the point of sale. And the requirement here is that to qualify for this treatment, the mortgage has to have been in place for at least a year, and it's only available for owner-occupied properties where the owner had also been awarded a residential exemption. So basically, it's essentially suggesting here that the notion of taxing the entire proceeds rather than the amount that the owner is actually going to walk away with in cash, which is what the second of these amendments would do. Several people kind of made some suggestions about this, and including Mr. Costigan, the notion of possibly someone simply coming up and getting a bridge loan a week or 2 before the closing so as to create some debt. But that would not work in the way it's set up now. They would have to have actually had the mortgage in place for a year. Among the issues that this, as drafted, creates a number of implementation problems that are really not being addressed by the warrant article. And let me give you, a couple of examples. The warrant article has a whole series of exemptions, but it doesn't address the process by which someone would qualify for the exemption. Sometimes some of these exemptions may be relatively obvious, but others are less so. For example, there is a provision that a transfer from a trust to a beneficiary would be an exempt transaction. But in order to determine whether or not the transfer is occurring as it's described, someone in the town and probably in the assessor's office would need to review the trust and determine that the transfer is contemplated by the trust, which requires a certain amount of legal knowledge to understand, someone who specializes in estates, wills, and trusts and things like that. And because it's not all that obvious. There's another exemption that would exempt sales of properties to not-for-profit organizations, provided that they would commit to using the property for affordable housing. Now, the exemption would be awarded at the point of the sale transaction. There's no provision, however, for how to enforce that commitment on the part of the buyer. Once since the tax is imposed on the seller, the buyer would have to, in effect, qualify for the property to be exempt, and yet there would have to be some enforcement mechanism which is not being contemplated in the statute as drafted. I think overall, this is not all that well thought out, and I think it's extremely unfair in the way it is being proposed because basically the principal recipient of most of this tax hit is a very small fraction of the town's population. Now, having described my opposition, I will tell you that the committee voted 3-2 to support the resolution. So I don't know if somebody on the majority side wants to make some further commentary on this, but I want to close with you my talk with the words of John Lennon, who I think is describing here kind of what we're looking at. So, David or anyone else on the subcommittee want to add anything?
Well,
I apologize.
Mr. Costigan.
That was George Harrison, though, Lee. George
Was it?
Harrison, not John Lennon.
Oh, okay.
Lee, I would
I found a website that said it was Lennon. Okay.
Lee, I mean, I really, my comment is simply that if you didn't want to make the subcommittee report, you should have asked somebody else to make it. And to ask us at this moment to have prepared and make a majority report for the subcommittee is not appropriate. Others may want to comment.
Well, I can describe, I'm happy to talk about what the majority view was.
Okay, but you know, you should
I thought it might be
made that. You should have made that report, and you went on and on about the numbers of what the burden on single-family taxpayers are, which is not strictly down the center here, but you put up a chart that you took from Alex's slides that showed the percentage of under each scenario that is paid by residential and by commercial, which actually isn't anything like 90% in most cases paid by residential, and you didn't present those numbers. So I'd appreciate it if you'd actually present the arguments about why this makes sense that were articulated in the meeting.
I'm happy to put that slide up again and explain to you what it says, because you obviously misunderstood it.
Well, I don't think we need to have the argument between the two of you now. I mean, we can have more of a discussion. We should let the petitioner weigh in to correct some of the, or comment on the subcommittee report, and then we can go back to more discussion on this. So I'd like to give it to Alec now under the circumstances.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. I have a couple quick slides, if that's okay, that I'd love to run through with just some updates on the warrant article.
Sure, 1 second. Go ahead.
Can everybody see the title slide?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thanks, Dennis. And good evening, everyone. Alec Lebovitz. I think everyone here probably knows who I am at this point. Here representing my co-petitioners and myself for warrant article 24. Wanted to share some quick updates. As Lee alluded to, the main motion has evolved somewhat since the AC Land Use Subcommittee hearing. Working with Select Board members Paul Warren and John Van Scoyoc, we've adopted an amendment into the main motion that would divide all revenue generated from the real estate transfer fee with a 50-50 split between the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the general fund. As Lee presented in that first chart, this proposal has the potential to generate millions of dollars in recurring annual income. And under our new revenue split, we're very excited that that would fund both affordable housing development, preservation, as well as give us a big shot in the arm for general fund revenue that has the potential, as Paul Warren likes to put it, to bend the cost curve and reduce or close the structural deficit. And I also wanted to update, we did have Lincoln Heineman participate in one of our hearings before the Housing Advisory Board to talk a little bit about what might be involved in implementation. His estimate at that point was that implementing this article would likely require the addition of 1 FTE, with half of the FTE split between the Finance Department and the Assessor's Office equally. And I should note that was on warrant article 24 as drafted, not including the amendments that have been proposed. which leads me to this slide. The petitioners of warrant Article 25 have, or 24, excuse me, have reviewed Mr. Selwyn's amendments, and we strongly oppose both of them for a number of reasons. One, this is before all else a revenue generating measure. And quite simply put, the amendments will not only reduce the revenue generated by the fee, but will on the fee side, but will also create an additional administrative burden that will require more intensive implementation and more associated costs. Both the assessor's office and the finance department under these amendments would be charged with making more complex evaluations and certifications, in these cases, closing costs as certified by the agent of the seller or by pending debt obligations or mortgage loan amounts linked to any individual properties. This would introduce new layers of complexity, new responsibilities for both implementing departments, and we fear could contribute to the FTEs required and certainly to the cost for implementation. Additionally, we are concerned about some of the potential perverse incentives created by these amendments. As mentioned, the fact that qualified loans would be exempted would actually potentially benefit short-term speculators who purchase property with the intent of quickly reselling it for a short-term profit. Under this amendment, the potential for speculators to be completely exempted or nearly completely exempted from this fee is a real possibility. And we also worry about the incentive created for owners who anticipate a future transfer, even if it is within a calendar year, to shift existing debt obligations or to borrow against properties shortly before their transfer in order to avoid the fee. And finally, I think our main point for opposition comes from the fact that we feel there are better tools to prevent fee-related hardship that already exist in Warrant Article 24 as it's been drafted. One such tool is the value floor exemption, where just like marginal taxation, we are authorized to set limits to exempt the first, say, $1 million or $2 million of value from a property transfer from the assessment of the fee. As Warrant Article 24 currently exists, we have the authority to set that value threshold anywhere we'd like by an act of town meeting, and in fact could set multiple varying value exemption floors with variable fees wherever we'd like, with the exception that the fee would again have to fall between that 0.5% and 2% maximum. Additionally, as Lee mentioned, there are a number of categorical exemptions already included in Warrant Article 24 and flexible enabling language that would also allow town meeting and implementing bodies in the town to create new exemptions and to shift existing exemptions as needed as we move through the implementation process. And I wanted to present this table. I apologize if it's a little hard to read. This is pulled from the assessor's database. This was pulled in late 2024, I believe. And what we see here, the three lines, the black line is the residential value of all units. The red line under that is condos, and the blue line here are single-family homes. So I think David had mentioned this, and Lee presented in that first chart. We've done the calculations and the analysis to show what percent of transfers would be exempt at these differing levels. At the $2 million value threshold exemption level, we'd expect to see over 70% of all transfers exempted entirely from the fee. At the $3 million level, we'd expect to see more than 90% of all transfers exempted from the fee. And I just wanted to show this chart because it does show that above the $2 million level, above the $3 million level, and even above the $4 million level, there would be both single-family homes and condos and multifamily buildings that would be eligible to be assessed this fee. And as you can see, below that $2 million level, we have nearly 50% single-family homes. So suffice to say, no one's intention here is to target a certain property classification. Rather, we feel one of the strengths of this proposal is the fact that by its very nature and by the usage of the value floor exemption, this is progressive taxation. And the fact that single-family homes on average are more valuable properties or more valuable dwelling units in Brookline does mean that that is correct. More single-family homes as a percentage of total single-family homes would be eligible for the fee. But I just wanted to show this because, again, at even that $2 million threshold, we're looking at nearly half of all single-family homes completely exempted from the fee. And finally, warrant Article 24 has been heard by a number of other boards and commissions. Or in its original form, warrant Article 24 was unanimously endorsed by the Housing Advisory Board, aside from 2 abstentions. It was unanimously endorsed by the Advisory Committee on Public Health. Since its amendment with the help of Select Board members Paul Warren and John Van Scoyoc, the amended warrant Article 24 has been unanimously endorsed by the Select Board, unanimously endorsed by the Economic Development Advisory Board, and just to reiterate, the subject matter of the warrant article was endorsed by the Land Use Subcommittee majority. And with that, we'll be asking you or encouraging you this evening to vote favorable action on the main motion as amended and no action on both amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry. Before we go on to questions or comments from the committee, if the assessor, Ted, do you have anything that you want to add since you were mentioned earlier? This would be a great opportunity to weigh in.
Yeah, Lee and I had a good conversation earlier in the week. I kind of got up to speed on warrant Article 24, and my main concern, and Lincoln might have mentioned this, it's just the entity sales. You know, if you impose, let's say, a 1% fee on commercial property sales, typically those owners or trusts or LLCs are going to find ways to transfer the property to an LLC for $1 and then basically sell that LLC entity, not as real estate, but as the LLC. So that would be my main concern. We see it happen in the market. We just don't have access to the sale prices. If you create an incentive where they're going to save, on a $50 million property up to $500,000, they're going to spend the legal fee to make that kind of a reality, I would say. I have a little bit of a concern about the distortion in the fact that it's going to create anything around $1 million is not going to really be able to be a valid sale because of, if you're at $999,000, as I understand it, as it's written, it's going to be exempt. If you're at $1 million on the nose, you'd pay the fee. That's going to create, a bit of a market distortion at that price. Really, my overall comment to Lee was just, we really, really need the sales at the registry to develop all of our standards, whether it's commercial standards or residential standards for the valuation of the whole town. So taking sales off the board is not great for us. I'm not saying that would happen. I'm saying if it did happen, it would be detrimental to our evaluation of the whole community. I do think I would want to mention, Lee mentioned a number of those exemptions. It's just that, as everyone who's bought property might know, that the closing process can be very stressful, involving our office or the finance office in kind of like, municipal lien certificates is one thing, but asking us to determine the exempt status of a future entity in a very quick turnaround time is difficult. The way it's written now, I'm not sure if it was intended this, but if a church were to buy a property, that church is a charitable, defined in Chapter 59, a charitable entity, but they're not providing housing. So I just, I want some clarification. Is it all charitable organizations that are buying property or just ones that are going to provide housing? The marital asset exemption is very difficult for us to determine very quickly if it is truly just a marital, the result of a divorce. There's a number of issues I would have with it, but I understand it would be a big revenue generator. It's more just the market distortion and those entity sales, for large commercial properties. That would be my biggest issue.
All right, thank you. Before we go again, also to questions or comments, I do have one clarification because I personally am a little confused, which is the article, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Petitioner Lebovitz, is asking for a home rule petition. And that's what was approved by the select board and the other. even after the various amendments that have come through, it still remains a home rule petition, and the subcommittee recommended replacing it with a resolution.
That's correct. Every other reviewing board has voted favorable action on the home rule
Okay,
petition.
and I don't see in our attachments the language of that resolution, so perhaps that's my inability to read the attachment list, or perhaps it is not included.
No, it's not there. I don't know if we ever actually adopted specific language. Maybe we did.
Well, that would be a problem, but with that said, I'd like to find out, because I think it will influence the remainder of the discussion tonight. Let's say hypothetically, I'm not endorsing one way or the other, but let's say hypothetically that this body it chooses to accept the subcommittee's recommendation. Is it your intention, Alec, to continue to move the original motion at town meeting, and this would be presented as an amendment at town meeting, or would you
Yes.
be okay? That's the thing that's very important for this body to understand, and it'll influence our voting later, I think.
Dennis, for clarification, we took 2 votes. One vote was whether or not it should be a resolution or home rule petition. The second vote was on the merit. I think that's how we probably should do it here as well.
Yeah, I think I think when we get to that point, someone will propose an amendment to the article to conform it, to turn it into a resolution that'll either pass or fail. So yes, thank you. All right, Harry, why don't you go to the chat? I would urge you to bias initially, at least members of the subcommittee, before we go on to everyone else.
Very good. David Pollock.
Thank you. Ted, thank you for that careful analysis, and Lee, thank you for engaging Ted to join us and provide that careful analysis. I mostly just want to add a couple more facts that came up in the subcommittee, and also a little bit of framing along the lines that Dennis just gave us with the decision about home rule petition or resolution. One of the things that we learned from Rep. Vitolo is that similar state laws have been in the conversation on Beacon Hill several times recently. Maybe somebody else can be more specific about those histories, but this has been promoted. I think it's been promoted by the governor to try to do enabling legislation. And so to some extent, whether it's a home rule petition request or a resolution, it may feed into the same kind of dialogue on Beacon Hill, which is pushing Beacon Hill to actually enact something along these lines. In terms of the Rep. Vitolo suggesting that this wasn't likely to be a successful home rule petition, the committee should just know that Senator Cindy Cream has supported it as a home rule petition, while Rep. Vitolo is, would support it if it were passed by town meeting, as he always will. But anyway, there is support from Cindy Cream for the home rule petition. And then I think I think the most important consideration for advisory committee is whether this is the right way to raise additional revenue for the town. If you share my belief that we really are confronting a structural deficit, and we do need to find ways to increase revenue to manage the town's costs, that we can't, cut our way out of the deficits, then the real question is this a good measure? And that's the most important decision that we need to make tonight. And then I think I stand by subcommittee's preference for a resolution, because we're not passing a bylaw here in any case. But if we ask for a home rule petition, the shape of what we eventually pass is more narrowly drawn to what's before us in this text. In the nature of home rule petitions, the legislature can do anything they want with it and return it to us in a different form than we ask for. We know this, but they might not, and hence they might give us back something that's still held some of the ambiguities or challenges that the assessor outlined. Whereas if it's a resolution, which Lee did describe, it was essentially to urge the legislature to pass legislation addressing the matters within this warrant article. That's as far as subcommittee got. So at any rate, a resolution would finesse some of those challenges, like the $999,000 challenge and everything, because it would really be, we'd be asking the legislature to think through those details. Thank you.
Can I just, I think there's a misunderstanding about the $999,000 challenge. The exemption is on the first million. So if the price is $1,000,001, then the tax would be on $1. Not
Yeah,
on
you're right, Lee.
So
You're
there's
right.
no-
That's
there's
right.
no-
There isn't.
There's no problem at that point.
No, you're right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Alec, I'm going to give you the first and probable last two finger of the night. So go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Harry. I just wanted, David raises an important point that I wanted to elaborate a little more on, which is the political context in which we feel a home rule petition is the more appropriate submission. So just for full context, realizing many of you have not seen our presentation, 19 communities have submitted their own home rule petitions, similar home rule petitions, since 2019, which is when Brookline passed our first home rule petition for a real estate transfer fee. Some major factors have shifted since then, chief among them being there is a different resident in the corner office. Governor Healy, unlike Governor Baker, is a strong supporter of this policy. She included it as a marquee provision in her Affordable Homes Act package, which the legislature passed last session. And in fact, her version of that home or real estate transfer fee, which we have closely modeled this warrant article on, was also passed through the state Senate, ultimately did not survive the conference committee. But I do think it's also worth noting that one of the pieces of information we were told by statewide advocates that were party to those negotiations, and also by Senator Cream's staff, who also encouraged us to introduce a home rule petition, as David mentioned, is that at the end of that conference process, there was the consideration of a limited multi-town opt-in pilot, not dissimilar to what was done with fossil fuel-free rezoning. And we know in that case that the home rule petition communities held their spot in line for that pilot. So between that input, the urging of Senator Cream's staff, our consultations with Representative Vitolo, and speaking with many other stakeholders, and given the change in political conditions, we do feel that a home rule petition is germane in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to first hit members of the subcommittee, and I believe two of them have signed up. Linda Olson-Pelkey.
Thanks, Harry. I want to support what David Pollock said about the home rule petition and versus the resolution. I agree about the potential flaws and what's going to get handed down. And we may have been the only committee of all of these people who have voted who actually heard from Representative Vitolo. I don't know if that's true or not, but we unanimously voted to make it a resolution based on his recommendation. So I was the other no vote on this, and I wanted to try to explain a little bit about what my thinking is around this. And one of my main concerns that I think no one ever brings up, and we're not really talking about, is the fact that this, like the residential exemption, like overrides, like all sorts of ways of adding to our tax burden, we often concern ourselves with the impacts of that on people on fixed incomes, the middle class in our town, which we are aware of the fact that they're all going away. And so this will have an impact on making the tax burden greater for the remainder of the residents who do not live in affordable housing. Now, we all are aware that this is true, but we have to understand when we wring our hands about passing yet another override that is going to push people out of town, these are the people that are going to be impacted by this. And I think we're also not really hearing from those particular residents in these hearings. We're not hearing from the elderly people on fixed incomes about what they think about dedicating the proceeds, part of the proceeds from the sale of their home towards this purpose. I think it's definitely a benefit to add the town revenue piece. But the other thing that really troubled me around all of this discussion and presentation is we're not hearing from anybody that they actually think this is an appropriate amount of money to raise, that we have thought out ideas about, is it spendable? Do we have the land? Do we really think the BHA can add this much more housing? How much more housing could be added? How much do we spend now? What do we want to do around middle income housing or housing ownership opportunities? We're just not talking about any of this. And in my view, especially since we're in the midst of doing this comprehensive plan, we should understand these push and pull trade-offs better before we plunge headlong into, adopting yet another idea for yet another tax that will add considerably to the burdens of everyone else left in town. So I think also the list of exemptions very much troubled me. It seemed to me that there was very large loopholes that well-connected, well-lawyered up, well-to-do people will be able to exploit to the detriment of everyone else who cannot do that. And I think that's another reason to support the resolution. And I would just point out, Lee pointed out a few of the flaws in the bill itself. And I would say the fact that there's no adjustment for inflation is going to be an issue. Obviously, the values are going to continue to go up. Wouldn't we want to ratchet that up? I don't know. I think so. So I would just like to see a lot more consideration on the practical implications of this before we run nilly-willy into adopting it, because I think the value, the amount of money being collected is actually going to be challenging to spend only on affordable housing. I think it's, we have the CPA now going towards affordable housing. We've made adjustments to the inclusionary zoning. We're getting more funds that way. I just don't see a comprehensive look at how we're going to utilize these funds in a way that is beneficial for the town. So I'll stop for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Florio.
Thank you, Harry. Is Ted still here? I just want to confirm that his comments referred to the warrant article and not one of the amendments. That was just not clear to me. Was that to the original warrant article, that your list of concerns?
Yeah, I do think the amendments would further complicate, I think, as was said by Alec. So if the amendments were adopted, it would sort of further, like, you're getting into reviewing mortgage documents and everything like that, which could change also in the 7-day period that we have to give back the certificate. The clear to close is usually within like a 3-day period. And so you're asking, the finance director or the assessing office to give a 7-day certificate in something that could change leading up to closing. So I think it would be a further complication.
Thanks. And there was something that you said that I thought was very interesting when you said that there was a possibility that there would be market distortion and that sales would become invisible. Could you talk a little bit more about that and what percentage you think that would impact?
Yeah, so if you have large corporate entities, and they have, a $500,000 liability and a transfer tax that they could avoid through hiring lawyers, they probably will do that, and they'll probably transfer the property for $1 at the registry into an LLC, and then they'll subsequently sell the LLC to another entity. And so it's a way to transfer the property without recording the sale price at the registry. So then we wouldn't know what the sale price was. We wouldn't be able to assess this transfer fee to it the way it's written.
And I'm sorry, you think that will happen with single family homes?
It could. I mean, it definitely could. We have values obviously in the tens of millions of dollars. So it just depends on how burdensome it would be to get a legal review and to sort of orchestrate the manner in which they have to develop the LLC and transfer it into an LLC and then to another entity. But it could. There are certain transactions right now in town where we don't have access to the sale price because this does happen.
And they're single family homes or commercial?
Yep, both.
They're single family homes.
Both, yeah.
And then I'm just interested in if there are other, I just didn't this one by quickly. Are there other municipalities in Massachusetts that have already passed a similar home rule petition? Or is this just something that many people have attempted to do and the legislature has not approved any? Alec, do you know?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So in the precise form that we are proposing, there are none in place yet. There was a precursor program to the Community Preservation Act that has a similar mechanism in it, where revenue is generated based on sales of property, that I believe is in place on a very small number of Cape and Island communities. But in the current form we're proposing, no.
The reason thank you. And the reason I'm asking, Ted, is I'm wondering if there's any data that you have about a similar type of tax that has removed sale data from public view and what percentage of sale data disappeared post passing.
No, I don't have any data. There's no transfer tax right now in any form in Massachusetts that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. And then one thing that I wasn't clear of, and this just might be because I didn't read closely, what percentage, Alec, of single family homes will this apply to?
So that will depend on where the value floor exemption is set. As was mentioned previously, the minimum allowable under Warrant Article 24 would be the first 1 million. But we have the option to go any amount higher than that. And as I mentioned previously, we could have multiple value exemptions with variable rates. So for instance, town meeting may choose in implementing to set that initial exemption at 2 million. Were that the case in the chart I showed earlier, we'd be looking at roughly 50% of single family homes exempted. I am looking to try and get a more precise breakout for that right now with the assessor's data. I unfortunately am still working on that analysis. But that kind of gives you an idea of depending on where we set that floor, it will exempt different amounts. As I mentioned previously, for all transfers, at the $2 million level, we'd be looking at about 72% exempted. And at the $3 million level, we'd be looking at 91% exempted. So, as we mentioned, more single families will likely be eligible for the fee at those floor thresholds as a factor of as a product of the fact that on average, they are more expensive dwelling units. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Then, do you have an estimate of how much you think this is going to raise at whatever?
Yes, I do. Let me pull up a table here for you. If I can quickly share this. Can everybody see the table? Is that showing up?
Yeah, and this is the same data that Lee presented in a different form.
Yes, but what we have here, Catherine, is on the far left, these first two columns, the value floor exemption, So, we show at 3 different fees of 0.5%, a 1%, and a 2%, what we would expect to generate at the $1 million exemption, the $2 million exemption, and at the $3 million exemption. And I just note these, as referenced here, this is based on complete data from 2022 sales in Brookline, both residential and commercial. And you can see the breakout of revenue by residential and commercial at those varying levels and fee rates in these 4 sets of columns in the middle. And that far right column would be total expected revenue.
Great. Thank you. That's super helpful. Then I just have one more question. Has anyone thought about how this might impact voting on future overrides? If we are adding a tax to 19% of residents, are we reducing the percentage of residents who might vote for an override, which we might absolutely need to cover public school costs? I'm wondering if this is just going to make it harder for us to raise money when we absolutely need it.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one that is difficult to answer with certainty. I'm not aware of any studies that would directly evaluate that question, but there are a couple things I would note on that subject. One is, I think it's important to distinguish this kind of fee from an override or something like the CPA surcharge, in that this is a non-recurring fee. It is not assessed on your tax bill every year. It's only assessed at the point of sale of a property, like a marginal tax, above that value exemption threshold. So this would have no impact on the cost of living for almost all residents in any given year. Only those who transferred real property they owned within the town would pay anything in a given year. So for that reason, we see this as kind of a different category of revenue raiser. As I mentioned, it's not something that will be impacting the vast majority of residents in any given year. So while I can't give you any data or kind of counterfactual examples to that question, that's the reason why I feel that this wouldn't have a profound impact on people's kind of tendency to vote for or against an override.
Thank you. That's it for me, Harry.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Catherine.
Alex.
Anthony Buono.
All right. Hey, guys. So my first question is this. If we pass this as a home rule petition, and then it gets accepted, if the state government passes its own real estate transfer tax, how does that relationship, what does that do to ours? Does it cancel out if the state passes its own real estate transfer tax and then we go by whatever the state law is? Or do we have both? Do they add on top of each other? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that would depend on a couple things. One would be the sequencing of events. I'm guessing from your question, you're saying if our home rule petition is engrossed, implemented, and then there's a statewide program passed. I will say on that note, what we heard last session with the consideration of a multi-town pilot, and certainly what was proposed both as pending statewide legislation and from the governor in her AHA package, have both been opt-ins. So, from our sense from that is it's very unlikely that there would be state legislation passed that would compel any community to put in place this program.
Understood. But then here's the next question I have for you, Alec. Okay. One of my big concerns generally with politics is that zip code should not determine your destiny. Okay. And unfortunately, the way we fund our public schools is through our localities, through our property taxes. And what that ends up doing is rich areas has really, really nice schools because we have all the rich property. And this is a problem that's existed for 50 years. Okay. So there's a Supreme Court case called San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez in 1973. And the San Antonio Independent School District was incredibly poor. And they filed a lawsuit and went to court claiming that their 14th Amendment right of being treated equally was under threat because they were not receiving equal education to the communities next to them that had a ton of money, specifically Edgewood. Now, that Supreme Court case went 5-4 against the poor community. And since then, education disparities across high income communities and low income communities has gotten worse and worse and worse. I fear that if we do this and we keep all of our real estate transfer fees inside of Brookline, inside of the Brookline Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we'd be depriving other communities that do not have high retail real estate values of that funding. And I would prefer a statewide program that takes all these real estate transfer fees across the state, centralizes it, and then distributes the money based off of need that's determined by some other metric. Now, if I want that to happen, I feel like I am in a difficult spot to support this home rule petition, because I don't want this to be the norm where each community locks in its own money, even if the need might be dispersed in other areas. So that's where my concern is coming from. And I just like to hear your response to that.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I, first off, I completely agree with your unfortunate diagnosis of a really serious systemic, barrier to communities creating community wealth and, raising the standards of their public education and public services. I think we're in complete agreement on that. We did speak about this previously as we were kind of considering, me and my co-petitioners, what form this would take. And we did look into whether that would be an option for something like a home rule petition. The feedback we got is that this is really something that would have to be effectuated at the state level. Because you need a fiscal agent that's able to aggregate the revenue, disperse it to communities based on some criteria, and that's just not something that a municipality can do. I will also say, as with a lot of policies that I think we care about and want to see advance, a lot of that is constrained by politics, and a lot of that politics is constrained by path dependence on existing bills, existing programs. And so this is something that I'd certainly love to see as well. But I don't see what you're proposing having legs on Beacon Hill. In the meantime, we are in desperate need of revenue here. I agree with your points about inequality, but our schools are in jeopardy too, as I think we all know too well after this last 6 months. And certainly housing affordability remains a top priority locally. I hope we'll all agree on that as well. So this is by no means a perfect program. It by no means will address these systemic inequalities statewide. But I think it's important in cases like this that we don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think establishing this as an option for other communities to adopt would go a long way towards making the progress you talk about. So that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you, Alec. I think I do. I'm just concerned that if we do this, it might, compel the state to not go through with the other stuff that we've mentioned. But I think I see where you're coming from, and I think I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Janice Kahn.
Thank you, Harry. And thanks to all of your good questions. Your answers and discussion has really canceled out a number of my questions. So I thank you for the education. So Alec, one thing I wondered is, does this mirror the state's so-called millionaires tax?
It does in one sense, which is that the millionaires tax or the fair share surcharge, whatever you'd like to call it, does apply as a marginal tax on home sales above $1 million in a given year. So in that sense, yes, but it only applies to the transfer of property. And as we mentioned, this rate could be set at varying levels between 0.5 and 2% locally.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of it. Do we know what % of single family homes are owned by seniors? Or,
I do not have that number for you, but I'm happy to look for that.
Because some of my concerns were raised actually by Linda. My anecdotal impression is that there are a lot of seniors on fixed incomes who are going to be disproportionately impacted by this layering of taxes. And even though you're saying it's not really a tax, it's a one-time transfer, the reason that people might have to sell their homes is because they've run out of money and they have extraordinary health bills or need to go into nursing homes or they need extraordinary care, and this is their bank account. This is the money that they have to use in order to meet those extraordinary costs that happen. And you will find out as we age that those costs really go up exponentially. And so while it seems theoretically to be a good idea for those of us who are a little further along on that trajectory, it's worrisome. You know, we're already paying very high, you know, we pay for all the overrides, which are getting layered, and which has now really increased our taxes quite substantially. Even those of us on $1 million homes, not $2 million homes.
Can I speak to that briefly, Janice? Because I completely agree with that concern. And in fact, that was one of the things that we felt was very important to address that we didn't feel was adequately addressed in the 2019 home rule petition that town meeting passed. So we did take a couple steps, I think, to mitigate that concern. One being, we've added a new categorical exemption for any recipient of the senior circuit breaker. That is for income restricted seniors. In Brookline, that is for people who own homes worth over $1 million. So we feel that will get to a good chunk of that population. And the other advantage to linking it to a state assistance program is that will be a moving target. That those figures in terms of asset value and income are adjusted annually. They go up with inflation. So we're creating, I think, space for seniors who really don't have the ability to pay to be exempted for this in perpetuity. I'd also note that the language of the home rule petition is meant to provide a lot of flexibility for implementation. And as I mentioned previously, we have the authority under this enabling language to set varying value exemption floors. My understanding is we could do so for seniors as well. So we could set a higher value exemption floor for seniors, for income tested seniors, if that's the preference, than we would for, say, other general owners. So that was definitely a concern of ours. And my hope is that we've adequately addressed that in Warrant Article 24.
Alec, how many seniors, how many seniors are taking advantage of the senior circuit breaker? Because my impression was that very few are actually
I don't know that exact number. I think maybe Susan Granoff may know that. I think I've heard her cite that figure before. But you are right. It is not a huge number as recollection serves. And that is because there is an asset limit. But as I did mention, that asset limit in Brookline is over $1 million.
Which
Dennis, can I?
Which doesn't go very far anymore, Alec. just so you know, a millionaire used to seem like there was a lot of money there, but it's not anymore.
And then I might suggest that perhaps the $2 million floor is more appropriate, which would exempt seniors who own any property less than $2 million completely from the fee.
Dennis,
worth a conversation, Alec. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Lee, what are you saying?
Well, I just would like to comment on this same point, if I may.
I think Harry decided that there are no more two fingers tonight.
Well,
so
I'm
we
not
are.
two-fingering, but Alec has had a number of opportunities to address issues that I've taken position on here, and I think I'm entitled to join in this conversation. That's all.
Well, if someone is asking a question about your amendment, yes. Otherwise, we'll give you you can get on the list. My goal at this point is to get to a vote because we have a much more complicated item coming up in a moment, and we still have at least 4 people who've already signed up to ask questions.
Put me on the list.
Elisa Jonas.
I actually think this is a very possibly even more complicated item if you really go through it. I am struggling here to find where it says that we can increase the exemption amount over 1 million. Alec, could you point?
Yes, let me pull up the exact language so I can give you the, let's see.
I see where we can change the rates, but I don't see anything about the exemption amount.
Apologies. I know it's, yes. So that would be under Section 3 exemptions, and it's Clause A, which reads transfers for less than $1 million, provided that the town may adopt a higher threshold pursuant to this section.
There it is. Okay.
And so again, that just sets that statutory minimum at 1 million. But any amount above that would be acceptable through an active town meeting.
Right. Okay, that's one of my questions. Another one of my questions is actually, that also brings me to another question. I don't understand transfers made as gifts. You need a purchase price, and if it's a gift, I don't understand the relevance of a purchase price for gifts or generally distributions by trustees of a trust to the beneficiaries. There's no money that gets exchanged there.
And that's why those are exempted. So you'll see.
What's the, I mean, obviously, if there's no purchase price, I'm trying to understand, why are they there? Why bother putting in an exemption for something that by definition wouldn't be relevant because there's no purchase price?
It's a good question. As I mentioned, we did model this closely on the governor's proposal, which we were advised would give us the best possibility of engrossment by the legislature. These were exemptions included in her draft, and we understand that was to provide clarity on certain cases, mainly of familial transfer of properties. So for instance, we wouldn't want to apply the fee necessarily to bequeathments or to properties transferred during the processing of a divorce, for instance, things of that nature.
But it's not a purchase. Well, anyways, I don't understand that. I also don't understand, I guess Ted is still there. If a house is transferred to an LLC, when the LLC sells it, are you saying that they're actually just going to transfer it and not sell it to another entity? Why wouldn't that show up in the registry of deeds? If the LLC sells it.
The dollar transfer would to the LLC, but then it would be sort of an entity sale to the new entity. So it wouldn't be the real estate, they'd be selling the LLC to the new entity.
Oh, selling the LLC. Got it. Yep. Okay. Well, that answers my questions here. But I do want to follow up on what Janice said. I am in her age group too. And money doesn't, once you have restrictions and your money doesn't keep coming in, your house is one of your primary assets. And as we all know, there's going to be very few single family houses, certainly, that sell for less than even 1.5 million. And so let's take an example of someone who has a house for 1.5 million, but they purchased it for 100,000. We haven't even talked about the capital gains tax that gets hit, which is a substantial amount. And I guess the examples that you're always using to say, hey, well, look, if it's a $2 million exemption, then we don't have to worry. Or, if it's a 0.5% or a 1% real estate transfer tax. But I kind of feel that's disingenuous unless one really believes that that would be an appropriate amount. And if so, I would much prefer to see transfers for less than, for example, at least a minimum of 1.5 million, because in our town, people who've lived here and purchased their house for $35,000 and have stayed in their house, I mean, it could be a huge amount, or if it's a neighborhood where values haven't gone up quite so much, it might be 1.5 million. And it doesn't seem right to hit people who aren't getting a huge bang for the buck, given what the cost of living is. Even if you move someplace else, if you move to rental, if you move to a condo because you can't handle taking care of a house anymore, you're going to have to pay that amount either. So 1.5 million is no longer a lot of money if you go look at condos in Boston. And Mayor Wu has an exemption amount. She proposed an exemption amount of 2 million. And she's a very progressive leader. And I guess I don't feel comfortable with 1 million, and I don't feel comfortable with 2% over the million. If all of, and I know I keep hearing Michael Rubenstein talk about, well, I've decided 1% is the right amount. So he's selling the transfer property tax, but he's selling it by saying, I think 1% is appropriate. So if people who are supporting the real estate transfer tax really do think that perhaps 1 million is a little low, given our town, I'm not sure why it isn't at least increased to at least 1.5 million. And when you look at other towns, if you own a house, for a lot of towns will be exempt from the real estate transfer tax, because I think it's if some kind of, or if the ceiling is, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is.
Elisa, you're making great points, but could you make them a little faster?
I'm sorry. I think a lot of towns would be exempt if there's some cutoff where it's around $750,000 if your house is worth that or not. So the $750,000 house in Attleboro is worth $3 million in Brookline. And to compare and to hit people who have a $1.2 million house, if you're focusing on affordability, I think it's not equitable. I think you should be targeting people who have more resources.
And if I can, I'll be very brief here.
No, that was rhetorical. That was not a question for you.
Actually, I'm the next person, and I will be very brief. 2 points. One, I oppose Lee's amendment on subtracting out the mortgage amount. That really penalizes people who have scrimped and saved to get themselves out of debt versus people who are using other people's money and are actually making a much bigger percentage profit when they sell using other people's money because they didn't pay off their mortgage. So I'm opposing that amendment. But for all the reasons stated by Linda Olsen-Pelkey and Elisa Jonas and Janice Kahn, I am opposing this entire idea. I think it's a lousy way to be financing the town. And we talk about affordable housing, but we always talk about affordable housing for new people coming to town who can't afford it right now. And we never talk about affordable housing for those of us who are getting older, who have been here for many years, who are on fixed incomes, and because of the rising property tax rate and new taxes like this, can't afford to stay. And so I will be opposing this altogether. Neil Gordon.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. And so I think I agree on the mortgage issue. I think it's a great way to game, but that was not where I was going to start. Full disclosure, I am, as many of you know, treasurer of the Vitolo committee to elect, Tommy Vitolo committee. And it's always fun to have a home rule petition and play, let's see who's smarter than the rep in terms of home rule versus a resolution. So let me try and answer first Anthony Buono's question. What if the state passes a law right? And we have, in effect, a home rule petition. The answer is the legislature gets to decide and we don't. Because if the home rule petition becomes law, it is the law. And if the state passes a similar same subject law and decides to supersede Brookline, then that's what you get. If the state decides to exempt Brookline from its better law, we end up with the worser law, right? So we don't get to decide. The legislature gets to decide. Next, the notion that there's no impact on overrides. If we impose a transfer tax, it's going to get lots of play. It's going to be disclosed. It's going to hit Brookline News. There's going to be a lot of discussion. The notion that it will not impact the voters' willingness to vote for an operating override or a debt exemption, as the case may be, is politically naive. It's just politically naive. You just raised my taxes for when I sell my house, and now you're raising my taxes for while I live here, right? It can't help pass an override. It can only be negative. One question, and then lastly, I want to talk about income versus equity. But I have one question. If an owner owns a 10-unit apartment building, let's call it $1 million a unit and a $10 million value. That building is sold and there's a tax based on whatever the exemption is, whatever the rate is. If that same owner owns 10 $1 million condos, what's the tax on the sale of those 10 $1 million condos?
If the
And what's
condos were
the
sold
economic,
individually,
what's the economic difference if it's not the same tax?
what's the economic difference if it's
Yeah.
not the same? I mean,
If it's not the same
again, like,
tax, what's the rationale for it not being the same tax? So I own this $10 million building and Harry owns 10 $1 million condos. 10 million, 10 million, same investment.
the rationale
I
is
sell mine. Is that the same tax or a different tax?
the tax would be assessed based on the value of the property being sold against the value floor exemption and the rate set at that exemption.
Okay, so at $1 million exemption, one of us pays zeros tax and the other one pays tax on 9 million.
Correct, because there is a
Okay,
distinction
thank you.
between the sale of a multifamily
But
building.
I get it. You've answered my question. There's a circle going on here that whenever we talk about Prop 2.5 and the necessity for overrides, we talk about house-rich seniors with an inability to pay current, and then the question of a transfer fee comes up as being more equitable because it's paid, notwithstanding those of us who, are gonna need the money from the sale of real estate. So put that aside for a second. But we have house-rich seniors, cash-poor seniors, and we hear in this argument for a transfer tax that it would provide tax relief from overrides because those sort of income struggling seniors and income struggling fixed income people otherwise have lots of equity in their home and they could transfer out that equity at a time of sale. And now I'm hearing something different. I'm hearing that we need the money, we've got the structural deficit, and we're going to tax the seniors not only on the override anyway, but we're going to tax the sale of their property when at time of sale. And then separately, I'm hearing that we're going to link back the and perhaps put in an income test, yet again. And I'm seeing this just sort of spiral of maybe this, maybe that, maybe this, maybe that. My last comment and then my conclusion. The first time we took this up, when I believe I was on the subcommittee, I raised the question of why don't we make this really simple and tax these properties at assessed values? Now there are no games. Now there's no tax on the furniture, no tax on the fixtures, and there's no pay me now, pay me later, landscape allowance, and all these other things. It was beyond the scope then. I suggest it's beyond the scope now. I hear this discussion and I hear not ready for prime time. I support a resolution.
Thank you, Neil. I'm going to go first to two people who haven't spoken at all. And I'm going to give people a warning. If we're going to get involved in the intricate details of the Massachusetts Senior Circuit Breaker, then we're going to lose our quorum. And I really don't want to go there. So Fran, you put your name on the list.
Yeah. I'll be fast. I was just going to say that my understanding of the circuit breaker is that if your house is worth $1 million or your condo is worth $1 million, you don't qualify. So Alec, I don't think the senior circuit breaker would be appropriate. When seniors are facing this, income poor, tax high, and they have all their value in their house, now we're trying to get it back. If a senior sells a house at $1 million, that sounds like a lot of money. But if you want to go to an assisted living place, it's $10,000 to $20,000 a month. So $1 million, after taxes is going to be about 5 years of living. And that's all their value. So I think you need a better exemption for the seniors. Fast.
You're muted, Harry.
Harry.
So
Susan, did you need to add anything to that?
Yes, actually. The current amount to qualify for the circuit breaker tax as far as valuation goes is below $1,172,000. That's on this current year. Based on my work, very few seniors who own a property can qualify if you live in Brookline. Mostly it's renters who live in Brookline who qualify for the circuit breaker tax because it only looks at their income and they don't have to deal with valuation issues. So I think that the circuit breaker would not be a good way of distinguishing between those seniors who would be exempt from this. I actually think that this could be a huge disaster for many seniors. I really think that a lot more thought has to go into it because for many seniors, their homes are their only assets or their only significant asset. And they have been living in Brookline, paying huge taxes and overrides each year with the idea eventually, if they need it, they can sell their home. And now they're going to be having to address a very unexpected tax burden. We've added to the annual cost of our property taxes, the CPA. There are all sorts of things that have been coming along in recent years, in addition to overrides, where people can vote to whether or not they want to have this in place for a specific year. But I think that this is going to be extremely burdensome to many seniors. And so, and particularly if the valuation is below, I would say, $2 million, because I think in Brookline, it's very easy for a property to reach that value in not very many years. Finally, I think that I would agree that a resolution is much better than trying to go before the State House and expect them to be at all sympathetic to the plight of Brookline seniors. I have found that they have not been, and they have actually made changes in the wording of pieces of legislation that town meeting has passed that has been very disadvantageous to seniors. So I really would be very reluctant to support anything other than a resolution at this point.
Thank you so much. Perry, you had, I assume, an easy question on limited liability corporations?
Yeah, sorry for this, but I'm wondering if the petitioners or anyone could explain how to address that limited liability issue.
Yes, that's a great question, Perry, and one that we discussed with the HAB. You know, for this issue, for the senior, I think the valid senior concerns that have been raised, our thinking in approaching this home rule petition was to build maximum flexibility into this. This means that when it's engrossed and returned to town meeting would go through a deliberative implementation process along with implementing town bodies to address many of these concerns within the flexible framework that we put forward for them. In the case of LLCs or the transfer to a trust, and then, you know, an entity to entity sale, what we've included here, and you can see it in section 5.3, is that the town of Brookline may issue rules, policies, and procedures to effectuate its terms, the terms of this transfer fee. Something like a look back provision, for instance, could be added regulatorily. We could look back, say, 3 years, 5 years at transfers between such entities and determine whether that was done to game the system, essentially. That's what's frequently done with other public programs, kind of not necessarily a shining example of this, but that's actually what is done by Mass Health, which has a look back provision to gifting of assets when they make determinations of eligibility. So there are methods we can take to address those issues, and we've provided the flexibility for the town to do that.
Thank you. Elisa, you have a quick comment?
Well, it's not a comment. I'm trying to understand. I don't know what kind of resolution I would be voting for. What is the wording? If the wording still says $1 million exemption is what we're supporting, then I wouldn't support it.
We're going to get to the vote, and then we'll explain what the resolution will be when you vote.
So there is wording?
There will be language presented before we vote.
Okay.
Lee, I'm giving you a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you. I want to just talk about a couple of things, but let me just briefly respond about this look back concept that Alec just raised. This tax is imposed on the seller, and once the seller has left town, as it were, and moved to Kansas or wherever he's gone, any look back would then create a lien on the property for the buyer. So that's not that is a totally unrealistic concept. I want to explain why I am proposing this mortgage deduction. Now, and it's not to reward people or I'm sorry, to reward people who have not who have continued to maintain debt. The reality is most people do, when they buy a house, they take out a mortgage. And if they're living in the house for 4, 5, 6 years, which is not uncommon, when they sell the house, there's still a substantial amount of that mortgage loan that is left. And so the equity in the property is substantially less than the selling price. And yet we're taxing them under this proposal on the full selling price. You don't have to think back very far to a time, 15 years ago, when we had the post 2008 real estate slump, when there were people who were underwater, who were selling their houses for less than the value of the mortgage, and yet this tax would apply to the sale price, even though the seller in this case was basically getting zero out of that property. In the case of seniors, I think this is really an important thing. You have seniors whose entire wealth is tied up in their house, and they don't have cash. They may take out a reverse mortgage or a second mortgage or a new mortgage simply to generate cash. And then at that point, when it comes to the sale, they have debt, and you're taxing them. The proposal here is to tax them on the gross sale price, even though their equity is substantially less. Janice asked a question about how this relates to the millionaire's tax. I'm not sure it got answered correctly. The millionaire's tax is based on income. This tax is based on selling price. Income is a better measure. I mean, whether or not you agree with the millionaire's tax, income at least bears some relationship to the means available to the taxpayer. The selling price of a piece of real estate does not tell you anything about the wealth of the taxpayer. If the taxpayer has a mortgage, then the amount of proceeds that the individual, that the seller would actually realize is going to be a lot less than that sale price, and yet we're still proposing to tax on the full sale price. I think that we have to sort of focus on. I've heard arguments. Well, that would add more complication. A mortgage reduction would add additional complication. There are a lot of things in this law as drafted that add enormous complication. These exemptions are really kind of an interesting thing because, again, the tax is imposed on the seller, but in many cases, the qualification for the exemption is based on the buyer. And once the seller pays, or if the seller, once the sale is consummated, and if the tax is not paid, and then subsequently, for example, the exemption is denied, there'll be a lien on the property for the buyer, and the exemption is not going to, the seller has walked away scot-free. I happen to agree this is nowhere near ready for prime time, and I don't think that the town, under the scope of this warrant article, would even be in a position to address rules that could resolve these kinds of problems. But in any event, I think that what I'm trying to do in these amendments is at least relate the tax to the proceeds actually being realized by the seller, not to some nominal selling price, which may bear no relationship to the household's wealth or its ability to pay.
Thank you, Lee. Dennis.
So by convention, we're gonna go back to the petitioner for any final summary of anything that may not have been covered in our exhaustive discussion this far, and then we have several motions to take.
I'll be super brief. As I said, we've built this for maximum flexibility. No final decisions on program design will be made within the parameter set until town meeting acts when this is returned. Many of the concerns raised tonight, while valid, I believe would be addressed during that town meeting implementation process. For instance, the value exemption floor. I would support a $2 million floor. In talking with many of my co-petitioners, they feel the same way. The reason it starts at 1 million is for flexibility and for the allowance for variable rates at different value threshold levels. And as I mentioned, because we were advised by Senator Majority Leader Cream, staff, and others more privy to these negotiations, that we improve our odds of passage by modeling this on the proposals that have made it farthest through the legislature. That was our thinking. That remains our thinking. And for that reason, we feel a home rule petition is warranted. Thank you very much for a very interesting and informative discussion tonight.
Thank you. So the way this is going to proceed is we'll because of the level of complexity here, what we're going to do is we're going to take motion for favorable action on the article as presented by the petitioner. We are then going to vote on Lee's amendment 1, followed by Lee's amendment 2, and then after we have potentially reshaped the motion, we will then vote on whether or not we want to reformulate it as a resolution, and it will have language for that to that effect when that time comes. Because that's the best way that I can think of to get through all of to get the best possible recommendation out of this body.
Dennis,
So, yes.
we did it not in that order in the subcommittee, and the reason was because people like myself who were going to vote against the subject matter still favored the resolution approach. The approach you're suggesting would kind of negate that.
No, it would. How would that negate that?
Oh, okay, you're gonna, in other words, we take the amendments, then we vote on whether or not it'll be a resolution, then we vote.
That's exactly what I said, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
All right, so I would like a motion for favorable action on warrant article 24, is it? Yes, as amended.
As the presenter, I'll make that motion, although I'm not gonna vote for it.
Thank you, of course. Thank you. I appreciate that. Action on warrant article 24 as amended by petitioner. Okay, so now the first thing we're going to do is take.
That one actually does need a second because it wasn't the
Yes.
recommendation of the
Yes.
subcommittee.
So I'm
I'll
going to
second.
take a second
I'll
from
second.
David
Yeah.
Pollack.
Yeah.
And so now we're gonna consider proposed amendment 1, which is in your packet as WA 24 amendment number 1 LLS Rev 4 2825, which is to reduce the taxable amount by the closing cost to be borne by the seller at the time of closing. Settlement Amendment 1. So if you are interested in supporting reduce taxable amount, if you're interested in amending, accepting Lee's first amendment to reduce the closing cost to be borne by the seller at the time of closing, you would vote yes on this. This does not mean that you support this or that you want it as a home rule petition. It's merely whether the overall subject matter should be amended to accept Lee's first proposal. So with that in place, and I assume there's a second for Lee's amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Michael?
No.
Ben?
No.
Harry Bors, I don't think is here. Cliff is not here. Anthony Buono?
No.
John Doggett?
Yes.
Catherine Florio?
Yes.
Harry Friedman?
Yes.
David Mark Goldstein?
No.
Neil Gordon?
No.
Susan Granoff?
No.
Perry Grossman?
No.
Kelly Hardebeck?
Yes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yes.
Thank you. Elisa Jonas?
Yes.
Janice Kahn?
Yes.
Alec Lebovitz?
No.
Carol Levin?
Abstaining. I just got here 20 minutes ago.
Pam Lodish?
No.
Jocelyn Murphy?
Yes.
Donnell O'Neill?
Yes.
Linda Olson Pelkey?
Yes.
Mark Penzel?
No.
Fran Perler?
No.
David Pollack?
No.
Lee Selwyn?
Yes.
Chris Westfall?
I don't think she's here.
Okay, so by a overwhelming vote of 10 yeses and 12 nos with 1 abstention, this amendment fails. We're going to move on to Selwyn Amendment 2.
Before we do, I just want to comment that this is a big deal because that is the closest advisory committee vote I have ever been present for. So that's special.
The second one reduces the taxable amount by the amount of any qualified mortgage that will be discharged at the time of closing.
To be clear, and also it actually reduces it by the reduction in Amendment 1 and by the closing.
So it includes, so
Yes.
it's give me the 1 sentence summary to put here in this spreadsheet so we log it for later.
It includes it reduces the taxable amount by the closing costs and by the payoff amount of the mortgage.
And mortgage payoff, thank you.
And again, it is, just to remember what I said before, it is only available where the seller has a residential exemption, is in an owner occupied, the property is owner occupied, and the mortgage was taken out at least a year
Right.
prior to the closing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
But,
now
just technically though, Lee, I don't think it's the taxable amount. It's the total It's the total amount. The amount that's, you know, it reduces the, I don't know, the taxable amount is only the amount in excess of the exemption.
Well,
And that's not what you mean.
it reduces, well, it reduces it's based on the net proceeds of the transaction, net of closing costs and of the loan payment. If
So
that
maybe the
helps.
transaction, the applicable transaction amount or something.
No,
Maybe
no,
that's what-
I'm using the term, I use the term the proceeds,
Okay, that's good.
in the,
So then the first one should also be reduced proceeds amount.
the tax is
Okay.
based on the proceeds. That's the point. Not reduce the proceeds amount. The proceeds amount is what it is. The tax is based on the net proceeds. In the first case, in the first one, which was the one we just voted down, the proceeds is the taxable proceeds is calculated by reducing the sale price by the closing costs. The second one, it's reducing by the closing costs and by the loan payment.
Well,
Yeah, I think we're clear, and this is just the shorthand. The actual motion is in the packet.
okay.
So I
'Cause
want people to be able.
it doesn't reduce the taxes. That it doesn't actually reduce the taxes.
Of course it does.
The
It doesn't
title,
reduce it by the whole amount.
It reduces the
I'm
taxable
saying it
amount.
is based, reduce the basis of the taxes.
Yes.
But in any event, what we're putting here in this spreadsheet is a pointer to the warrant, to the article attached to our meeting minutes. This is not the actual language that we're voting on. The language is in there, it's in our packets. So this is, you're in favor of Lee's second amendment to adjust the basis for computing the taxes by adjusting for the closing costs and the mortgage payoff amount. You're going to vote yes, otherwise no, or obviously abstain. Michael.
No.
Ben.
No.
Anthony.
No.
John.
Yes.
Catherine.
Dennis, would you come back to me?
Sure. Harry.
No.
David Mark.
This is your definition of clear? No.
Neil.
Yeah, in the same way, we don't subtract the mortgage from the real estate bills now, no.
Susan.
Yes.
Perry.
No.
Kelly.
No.
Elisa.
Yes.
Janice.
Abstain. I don't fully understand this.
Alec.
No.
Carol.
Abstain.
Pam.
No.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Donnell.
Abstain.
Linda.
No.
Mark.
No.
Fran.
Yes.
David.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
Catherine.
I'm going to abstain, Dennis.
Okay, so this one also failed, this time by a vote of 13 to 4. Okay, so now we have the motion on the table is the original motion, and there is language proposed. Give me 1 second and I will bring it up. Hang on, I have to stop sharing in order to get to it, unfortunately. Which would replace it's scrolled so far back. So the language is essentially resolved that town meeting urged the legislature to pass legislation creating a local opt-in opportunity for municipalities to adopt a real estate transfer fee, generally in keeping with the content of Article 24. Does that make sense?
Yes. Dennis, if this passes, do we then vote upon the whole thing again at the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm gonna call it, because David sent me the language. I'm gonna call this the Pollock Amendment. But
So again, we're only voting on the form, not the substance then.
we're voting on the form. So it's to amend warrant Article 24 to make it a resolution of town meeting urging the legislature to pass legislation creating a local opt-in opportunity for municipalities to adopt a real estate transfer fee, generally in keeping with the content of Article 24. So if you're in favor of this as a resolution, you will vote yes. If you're in favor of keeping it as a home rule petition, you will vote no. And then either way, we will take a final vote on this. I hope that is clear. Michael, are you in favor of making this a resolution?
No.
Ben?
No.
Anthony?
For purposes of strengthening the position of a pilot program, no.
John?
Can you come back to me?
Sure. Catherine?
Yes.
Harry F?
Yes.
David Mark?
No.
Neil?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Elisa?
Abstain.
Janice?
Yes.
Alec?
No.
Carol?
Abstain.
Pam?
No.
Jocelyn?
Yes.
Donnell?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Mark? Maybe Mark's muted, I don't know.
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay. And that was a yes?
That was a yes.
Okay. Fran?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
And John?
Abstain.
Okay. So by a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and 3 abstentions, we've adopted the amendment form. And so now the main motion is for favorable action on warrant Article 24 as amended to resolution form. So if you're in favor of this general concept as a resolution, you're voting yes, otherwise no. Michael?
No.
Ben?
No.
Anthony?
I apologize. I'm confused. This is voting on whether or not to recommend favorable action on the
On this
resolution.
general concept, on this as a we are now voting up or down on whether to recommend to town meeting warrant Article 24 in its new form.
Okay.
And
Yes.
this is our last vote on this topic.
Yes.
And you said yes? Okay, thank you. Sorry. John?
No.
Catherine?
Come back to me, please.
I'm going to change your last name to Zygote.
You can
Harry?
do that.
Yes.
David Mark?
No.
Neil?
Yes.
Susan?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Elisa?
No.
Janice?
Yes.
Alec?
Abstain.
Carol?
Abstain.
Pam?
No.
Jocelyn?
No.
Donnell?
Yes.
Linda?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Lee?
No.
Catherine?
I'm abstaining, Dennis. This one's up to you.
All right. The chair votes yes.
I would like to now say that this was the closest advisory committee vote I ever been part of.
Yeah, that record won't be easily broken.
I can't remember ever seeing Dennis vote on anything.
All right. Well, that was fun. I was wrong. I thought we were going to go all the way to 9 o'clock on this, and we missed it by 5 minutes. All right. So we have to go to a ad hoc subcommittee report on the ad hoc subcommittee that was set up to review the DPW outsourcing of solid waste. So I'm going to turn it over to Alec for that, and then we will go on to our hopefully final discussion of the DPW budget.
And thank you for your time, everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis, and apologies to all the members of the committee that these two items were scheduled on the same night, so you have to hear from me more. But as I mentioned, I was the chair of the ad hoc subcommittee. And through that review process, we held both a public meeting and a public hearing to review in greater detail the proposed 5-year DPW solid waste contract with Casella. This involved concerted engagement with Commissioner Shute and her management team, town staff in the sanitation division, several dozen members of the public, and a number of our town meeting colleagues. We heard diverse perspectives on the matter before us and extensively reviewed the contract and supporting data provided by DPW and town management to evaluate the potential impacts of privatizing solid waste collection on our town budget, town employees, and Brookline residents. At the highest level, there are several points that all stakeholders agree on, and that includes the fact that this is a difficult choice and not one to be made lightly. That once sanitation services are privatized, it will be exceedingly difficult and costly, potentially prohibitively so, to bring the service back in-house, and that the current status quo in the sanitation division is unsustainable and risks service disruptions if not addressed. The question before the advisory committee tonight, in our role as stewards of the town budget, is to determine and recommend the best course forward for all town stakeholders. In evaluating this decision, the subcommittee returned consistently to some key questions that we sought to answer through our review. Which model will better guarantee quality service delivery in the short and long term? What are the comparative costs of in-house and contracted solid waste collection? Is the staff retention, recruitment, and morale problem that prompted consideration of privatization something that can be effectively addressed? And what mode of service delivery will best serve residents of the town in the long run? While these questions are very much subject to further debate, our subcommittee process has led me to several conclusions about the likely answers. In terms of which model will result in better service delivery, it should be noted that Casella has successfully lived up to their contractual service obligations for recycling collection, hauling, and the other sanitation services currently under their purview. There's little doubt that they have the capital stock, human resources, and relevant experience to fulfill their responsibilities under the proposed sanitation contract. Further, the proposed contract includes a number of accountability mechanisms that would enable DPW to provide active oversight of Casella's performance. On the other hand, as we've heard from Commissioner Shute, the sanitation division is currently understaffed, dependent on ongoing support from reluctant employees of the highway division, and strained in their ability to maintain what has historically been consistently exemplary level of service delivery. It's become clear that the strain on the sanitation division, and by extension the highway division, has increased gradually over a period of years, beginning shortly before the pandemic, and has largely been exacerbated by difficulties with attracting and retaining sanitation workers. This leads to two conclusions. Casella would likely be able to execute their proposed new responsibilities without disruption of service, and any decision to maintain sanitation services in-house must include decisive actions to address the staffing shortages and morale issues present currently in the division. This leads to the question of whether the status quo in the sanitation division can be effectively changed. This is an area of apparent disagreement between DPW leadership and the employees of the division, and as we've previously discussed, largely centers around the early quits policy. DPW leadership has reported that the cessation of the early quits policy in 2019 resulted from irresponsible use of the policy by staff which jeopardized the ability of the division to complete late pickups. What is also true is that the elimination of the program has coincided with the increasing difficulty the division faces with recruitment and retention, including an initial reduction in staff resulting from departures and resignations in the wake of the policy's removal. In speaking directly with current and former sanitation workers, it's become clear that they pinpoint the removal of early quits as an inflection point for morale within the division and the desirability of sanitation positions relative to other positions within DPW or in other municipalities. To their credit, DPW management attempted to broker a compromise with the early quits pilot program that was trialed in the spring and summer of 2024. The pilot sought to address the previous issues with the early quits policy by applying new standards agreed to by both the union and DPW, including requiring 2 workers to remain available for each full shift to cover late pickups. However, this pilot was limited in both duration and scope, being available only to existing sanitation workers and DPW employees in other divisions. Pilot was not used as an incentive for recruitment of new workers and ended after only 2 months of operation. Perhaps most importantly, what has become clear to me from conversations with stakeholders is that the sanitation and wider DPW workforce did not view this pilot program as a good faith effort at permanently restoring early quits. This is not meant to cast aspersions on the motivations or actions of DPW leadership, which I believe came from a genuine desire to make this pilot work and to improve staff morale. But in such cases, the meaningful buy-in and participation of all parties is requisite for success. Of additional concern is the fact that monetary incentives that could be provided to improve staff recruitment and retention were not identified or adequately explored, such as signing bonuses or other stipends. It is also unclear to what extent the sanitation workforce and their union representatives were informed that privatization was on the table during negotiations over the pilot program and in preceding years. Given these considerations, I believe it is premature to conclude that the recruitment and morale issue confronting the sanitation division is insurmountable. This leads me to the comparative cost to the town for in-house solid waste collection as opposed to contracting out this service. No party is stipulating that outsourcing this function will generate cost savings. To the contrary, all the data reviewed by the ad hoc subcommittee indicates that average cost for private collection will be higher than in-house collection. The best direct comparison of costs we have was provided by Melissa Goff and is included in tonight's agenda packet in the FY26 sanitation in-house projection spreadsheet. What these figures show is that in FY26, year 1 of the proposed new Casella contract, privatizing solid waste collection would lead to total sanitation costs of $6.59 million for the town, while a 1-year extension of the existing Casella contract with in-house solid waste collection would cost the town $6.17 million, even including the restoration of 2 FTEs in the highway division removed to fund the proposed new contract and a nearly $370 estimated increase in capital maintenance costs. This represents an approximately $415,000 increase in the comparative cost of sanitation services under the proposed Casella contract in FY26. Even with the inclusion of an estimated premium worth 10% of the existing Casella contract to secure a 1-year contract extension on an abbreviated timetable, in-house sanitation costs for FY26 would only be $1,635 greater than fulfilling our year 1 obligations under the proposed 5-year contract. Further, cost growth under the proposed 5-year contract would average 4.7% annually, well above the pace of inflation and starting from a significantly higher cost basis as compared to in-house service. Higher average costs will translate to higher fees for residents and greater pressure on our already strained municipal finances, with a compounding effect over time. Additionally, the town would have a much more limited ability to control cost growth in the long term, given our loss of negotiating leverage associated with the high operational and capital costs of rehoming sanitation services within DPW after privatization commences, in the relatively uncompetitive market for firms providing sanitation services to communities of Brookline's size. More than anything else, I believe these concerns should give this committee serious pause before approving the contract before us. This leads to the final question. What is the best model of sanitation service delivery for the town and our constituents in the long run? I do not believe we can confidently answer that the Casella contract before us is the best path forward at this moment. Given the higher average service costs, the difficulty of reversing this decision once made, and the lack of understanding as to whether the morale and the retention issues in the sanitation department can be adequately addressed. For these reasons and the others I've enumerated here, a majority of the ad hoc subcommittee voted at our last meeting to recommend that the town seek a 1-year extension of the existing Casella contract while retaining solid waste collection services in-house and making appropriate incentives available to current and potential sanitation employees, including a longer-term return of early quits and the exploration of enhanced compensation. This motion has been translated into actions within the scope, purview of the advisory committee that are presented in tonight's packet, namely a motion shifting appropriations within the DPW budget to fund in-house solid waste collection services and Casella's existing portfolio of contracted services, and a resolution requesting the select board to seek a 1-year extension of the existing Casella contract while making appropriate incentives available to sanitation workers in the interim to address the ongoing issues impacting the division and to commission an independent review to study the best service delivery model for Brookline in the long term. To conclude, I want to thank Dennis for appointing this body and the members of the ad hoc subcommittee for being willing to volunteer their time and efforts to a thoughtful review of this complex proposal. I also want to thank Aaron Shute, Kevin Johnson, John King, the rest of the DPW leadership team, current and former Brookline sanitation workers, and the many members of the public who provided their insights, expertise, and valuable time to this review process. This is a difficult decision before us tonight, with wide-reaching implications for the town, for our dedicated staff, and for our constituents, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go on to various, comments from the committee and others, I realized that I should have kicked this off at the start, so I'll do that now, which is to say that I wanted to thank all the members of the subcommittee for their work on this matter. I know it was a lot of work. I want to thank Alec for that excellent report. I definitely want to thank Commissioner Shute and her team and Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff for what appeared to me, at least from the outside of the process, to be yeoman work in assembling materials and language for the subcommittee to review. And I would also like to at least comment that there has been some debate on social media and other places about whether and if it makes sense for the advisory committee to be having this discussion at all or driving it. And I just like to say that I think that while there can be ample opportunity for members of this body to debate, which we will tonight, the recommendations of the subcommittee and the motions that have been attached, and you may vote yes or no as you choose. But I don't think there can be any question that not only is this appropriate for the advisory committee to be considering under our current system of government, it is actually mandated by our system of government to engage in this kind of investigation. And so I want to thank the members of this body and the subcommittee in particular for spending the time on it. There will be several motions for us to consider tonight, which we'll get into when we get to the votes. But they boil down to essentially, as Alec summarized, primarily it boils down to adjusting funds as appropriate to allow the payments to be made appropriately towards the end of continuing the existing system of trash collection for a year while various activities take place. So, and we can explain the details of the votes later as this conversation unfolds. I'd like to give Commissioner Shute an opportunity to speak and introduce any members of her team who may be present, and then we'll go to members of the committee for questions and or comments.
Thank you, Dennis. Good evening, everybody. Erin Shute, Commissioner of Public Works. All my division heads are here this evening. And we've chatted with you the last couple AC meetings to go over DPW budget. So you've met them. I do want to reintroduce John King, who is our solid waste manager that runs the sanitation program. And I introduced him last time, but he's someone that he worked his way up. He's been in sanitation his whole career here and started as a seasonal. And also our operations manager, Danny Palermo, also started as a seasonal and worked his way up. So they have a lot of perspective because they both served on sanitation and are now in the position where they are managing that program and also the other employees in Public Works. I want to thank the ad hoc committee and Alec for their work, for their questions, for others who came to the public meetings. I think my big takeaway from this, and I think some things where we really agree, is one, that sanitation and the collection of sanitation is a critical service, that we need to be able to provide reliable, sustainable, excellent service to collect trash, bulky waste in this community for health, safety, well-being, and obviously to manage the rodent issue. I think we certainly agree on that. And the other thing is there's this sort of deep value and commitment to Public Works employees that came out through this that I greatly appreciate, and I think we could see more of. Like that really is heartening. And part of our recommendation is actually to support the Public Works employees and the Public Works functions that are really harmed because of the condition of the current sanitation function. So we see our proposal as one that is actually in favor of and supporting the bulk of our Public Works employees and is supporting the functions and the services that we provide to this community. This really is a terrible position for us to be in. We don't want to be in this. I really wish we were not here, but we've got to be able to provide trash collection services to this town. We've got to be able to get out there and do that for your constituents, for you, for the schools. It's a tremendous responsibility, and this was a hard decision for us to come to, but it's really important. We who are dealing with the calls, the services, the functions every day, remain emphatic that this is the best decision for the town. We're proposing this because we have the vacancies, recruitment failures, high injury rates, operational impacts to other DPW divisions. We currently have 5 out of 8 positions filled, and these vacancies have persisted for years. I understand there are different opinions on why they remain vacant, and the early quits or early release program. We can go into why early release was removed in agreement with the union in 2021. And that too was in the best interest of the town. But when we tried it again, we sort of modified it. It was hybrid, and I had very high hopes that it was going to work. We have impacts on services, impacts on highway and parks, and we've had a lot of late collections and delays in both trash collection and yard waste. I want to emphasize that no town employees will lose their jobs. Everyone will remain with the same pay and benefits. 2 of the 3 sanitation employees will stay in sanitation, where we'll retain yard waste collection and other sanitation-related functions. And the service to the residents will be excellent. We'll continue with the same collection schedule, the same manner. Casella has been an extraordinary partner for the town over the last 10 years and remain committed to doing that going forward. In terms of the contract that they gave us and that we ultimately negotiated, it increases 4.1%. The first year for 27, and then 3.9, 4.4, and 4.2 over the course of the five years. The rates that we negotiated per ton in those services, we got a better rate in the end for both trash and recycling per ton than Newton did, and Newton was thrilled with their pricing. We really feel like this is a good value and a good contract for the town. There are only, we thought it was 17, it's actually 15 municipalities still in the Commonwealth that are collecting trash in-house. This just isn't something for us to hang on to any longer, and I really worry about the impact of not moving forward with this contract. We have an excellent contract, an excellent vendor, and it is time. And we think this is the only way we'll be able to provide this service effectively for the community. So we have folks that have some answers to, I know, some questions that we anticipate you'll have tonight. So my apologies that it's so late. I know this is a tough topic and it's late and folks are tired, including me. So I beg your indulgence. I will really try, we all will, to answer your questions. And honestly, we're really proud, all of us, to work for this community and support this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this would be an opportunity for members of the advisory committee to ask questions of either the subcommittee or for the commissioner and her staff or town administration. So drop your names in the chat and Harry will drive.
Well, nobody's put their name in the chat, so I'm going to start off. I had hoped to go later, but I'll fill the space.
Catherine has put her name in the chat if you'd like to call on her.
Catherine.
I was hoping Harry would go first, but
Harry will go first, and then Catherine can follow. I was really on the fence about this. I really don't like the idea of privatizing. I don't like the idea of losing the expertise and making an irrevocable decision. And I have personally been on the wrong end of privatizing and didn't particularly care for it. And I appreciated when I saw the subcommittee's tape. I thought that Lee Selwyn's analysis, which was they had sanitation workers, they got rid of early quits, they lost sanitation workers. Ergo, maybe it's something about early quits that we have to fix. Seemed to make a certain amount of sense. I listened to management that said early quits was sometimes abused. I believe them, but I believe that you could probably adjust early quits by setting certain minimums and bringing it back and giving it a longer trial period than we had before. So like I said, I was really torn on this and was probably going to go 51% with the proposal to privatize, but wasn't sure. And then I listened to the select board hearing from 2 nights ago. And in the select board hearing, I don't know if everybody had a chance to watch it, but I saw a condescension that I'm not used to. I saw zealous impugning of the motives of the advisory committee, of certain members of the advisory committee. It really sickened me. And what particularly sickened me was at the same time that we, on Tuesday night, were discussing transferring New Lincoln School playground money from the CIP to the school's operating budget, in essence, in order to have a united front with the school committee and the selectmen. While we were being allies of them, they were treating us like dirt at the exact same time. So this idea of compromising in order to have a united front doesn't seem to be a two-way street. It seems to be a very one-way street. And I really and truly resented it. So if I were a bigger person, I would probably ignore that and say, I'm still going 51% with the privatizing. But I am not a bigger person. I'm small. And I don't like being treated this way. And I think the ad hoc subcommittee has come up with a reasonable proposal. And absent hearing something else, I will support them. Catherine.
Thank you, Harry. I too watched the select board on the recording, and I too was unhappy. I don't have anything to add to what you said. I wish, and I bet many people do, wish they had handled this differently. I'd like to thank staff. This has been an extraordinary process, and that must have put an already strained department under more strain. And Melissa Goff put together data very quickly. Thank you, all of you. We've listened closely these past few weeks to concerns, staff retention, service reliability, contract structure, and what it means to lose operational control over something essential. None of those concerns are abstract. They're all real. This is a choice between two kinds of exposure: the risk of a failed internal recovery and the risk of a long-term contract that limits our flexibility when we may need it most. I'm not persuaded that contracting the service is the only viable path forward. Once we've lost operational capacity, it's not easily recovered. And if the contract underperforms or if costs escalate, we'll have no fallback and no leverage. This doesn't leave us room to manage. It leaves us hoping to endure. But I'm also not persuaded that reinstating early quits or asking for one more year will rebuild a labor force that may no longer exist at the scale we need. Unfortunately, hope is not a staffing strategy. Residents don't experience policy. What they experience are outcomes. Missed trash pickup isn't an abstraction. It's perishable waste outside homes. It's rats. It's a failure we'll all live with before we'll ever have an opportunity to read about it. I don't like overruling staff. They paint a compelling picture of a service that is no longer manageable. However, I also agree that it is premature to conclude that the recruitment and morale issues confronting the department are insurmountable. I want the town to get this right. I wouldn't support keeping this in-house if we don't have a plan we are certain will work. But I believe that if we do have a plan that we are certain will work, that is by far the better option.
Thank you. Neil Gordon.
Thank you, Harry. And so, I'm no expert manager on solid waste, and lots of other things I'm not an expert manager on. And so maybe I was where Harry was, which is 50-50. I do know a little bit about the advisory committee's authority and town meetings authority, right? And the select board's authority, and they're separate, right? They're separate and distinct. My question then comes down really to a question of process and the recommendation of the ad hoc subcommittee, where I hear about, on the one hand, a transfer to put money back into personnel so that we can continue to provide solid waste removal in part used internally with staff, and then a resolution that is, in my experience, unique in a budget motion ever for as long as I've been in town meeting. And what is it that that resolution is intended to do? Is it intended to ask the select board to ask the executive, the staff and the town administrator, please don't do what you adamantly say you want and need to do, separate and distinct from the will of town meeting that may in fact vote to put the money back into personnel. What does the resolution do, and why, if we want in fact to do this, that we don't put the money where it belongs and put a condition of appropriation in place so that it can't be moved back to some other use that we decide is not the use, town meeting, we decide is not the use we want. Town meeting can decide. I don't think that we want to.
Neil, isn't there a condition of appropriation in the
I heard resolution. I didn't hear condition of appropriation.
No, there's several motions. There's a resolution. There's also fund transfers and a condition of appropriation, as I understand it.
Okay, then my only question is, what's the resolution for versus what can't just go into an explanation? But if there's
Alec, would you care to answer that?
Yeah, so let me
I'm happy to
finish. I think a condition of appropriation, should town meeting vote to retain inside services, is appropriate in the circumstance.
Yeah, it's a great question, Neil. As we were, the motion that was taken at the ad hoc subcommittee had prescriptions in it, like seeking the 1-year contract extension, like providing appropriate incentives to sanitation workers, that our understanding in consultation with the moderator did in places go beyond our scope as the appropriating body. So for instance, we could attach conditions of appropriation to the DPW budget to ensure certain monies were spent in the categories we'd like them to be spent in. But for instance, we could not attach as a condition of appropriation a requirement that the select board, and by extension DPW management, reinstates the early quits program in some form. So this gets a bit to Catherine's point, which is we feel it's very important that if we do make this decision to at least trial to retain sanitation services in-house for the coming fiscal year, that a plan be in place to address the issues that brought us to this decision point in the first place. But as I mentioned at the moderator's counseling, we were informed that's not something we could directly attach as a condition of appropriation. So our hope is, should the conditions of appropriation pass, the select board will be willing to revisit these policies and to take concerted action to try and address the existing issues within the division.
All right, thank you.
Danelle O'Neill.
Thank you, Harry. First of all, I want to say thank you to Spencer, who spoke earlier. Giving your testimony, I know was difficult, and we appreciate you speaking. It's good to hear from the employees who are actually doing the job, but not managing. So thank you for that. So I did ask, it's been a couple of meetings. I did ask a question at the last meeting, how long our sanitation department has been around. I know it's DPW, National DPW Day coming up or something like that. And I've been doing a little bit of digging, and the earliest I can see is like 1911. or something like that. And I was curious on when our first like trash fee came about, if anyone knows that. I know I'm throwing it out there, but I'm just trying to put the point in that this division has been around for a very long time. Secondly, the early quits is a huge deal. It has always been, even when I worked for the DPW. And that's a big reason why, in my opinion, and others, we've come to this far. We shouldn't have gotten here in the beginning. We shouldn't have been able to put that fire out a long time ago. So that's it. And my last thing is, Ann Braga said something at one of the meetings in regards to it being hard to retain sanitation employees everywhere, privately and publicly. So she mentioned both, it being hard to retain sanitation workers. So my fear is that we're going to be put over a barrel. We won't have a backup plan. Our in-house services already be gone, and then we're stuck. Privately and publicly, there's issues. And Ann Braga, our own HR director, said that at the last meeting. So that's what I want to say. I'll speak more at town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Danelle. Michael Berger.
Yes, thank you, Harry. So I'm trying to look ahead. I was also, 5150 on that. I didn't see the selectmen's meeting. So I'm trying to look forward. I think the ad hoc subcommittee did an excellent job and the presentation. Alec was great. So I'm trying to look ahead on the two different sides of the 50-50. In other words, if we go privatization or not, what does it look like in the future? And what does it look like in the year ahead? So I'd like to ask the commissioner and her staff, the other members of the DPW, what would it look like a year ahead if we were to go into this 1-year extension? Is that something that you would feel would be doable?
Thank you for the question. I think that, and I know we've talked a little bit about kind of how we got here. I just want to say that we were in conversations with the union for years about challenges with sanitation, and we will, I think, just share with you a bit about early quits, because I think it's important, a little bit more about it before thinking maybe it's just the magic bullet. But our contract with Casella is up June 30th of this year. As you know, we went into the collaborative bid process, and we put the union on notice July 2023, but we were going to be exploring contracted services, but wanted to keep dialogue open with them. We negotiated for 16 months in good faith. And then we put the contract out. We negotiated really hard for this community. And then had 2 meetings with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, an information session, the select board, a press piece that went out, and then ultimately this contract was signed. So I just want to remind everyone here that there is a signed 5-year contract with Casella that I think everybody entered into in good faith. This is a very awkward and tough position to be in, to say that somehow we need to terminate this contract and then try to go into some type of non-competitive agreement with Casella for a year and then potentially negotiate again. So I'm very concerned about our exposure with this. One, in terms of we've locked in great prices. And so this is going to open all of that up again. And the other piece is, and while the contract itself is absolutely contingent upon appropriation from town meeting, so that is a clear clause in the contract, in order to prepare for successful execution July 1, they have purchased 6 vehicles, 3 new vehicles for sanitation with a box truck for bulkies and special waste, and then they're replacing 2 of their recycling vehicles. So $2.9 million have been spent in anticipation for serving this 5-year contract. So I'm very concerned, Michael, in terms of where we will be July 1 and where we will be in a year, trying to revisit early quits and bring people back and collect in-house, not have, assurances of our solid waste, our recycling contract, that's a component of this. I am very concerned about sort of pulling this apart and then what we'll be left with. I really think that I hear a lot of folks saying that early quits is, that it's the answer. And while several communities that have in-house collection, Cambridge, Worcester, Cambridge and Worcester, one other as well, have that incentive. Others don't. And I think it's important for you to hear from John King, who has been at every single position within sanitation in terms of how things have changed, and from Kevin Johnson, because an incredible amount of time was spent trying to work on making early quits work for the town and work for the function already beforehand, years ago. And it didn't work. And I have no reason to really see how that might be different now. And I just want to share that the function for sort of the trash services, sanitation services in the town has changed so much since 1997. The actual volume of trash that we collect is 25% less. With hybrid pay as you throw, we now have, different trucks. We have toters. There are fewer containers to collect and different means by which to do it, because we changed the dumpsters at the schools. Instead of picking up 3 to 4 times, we're picking up 1 to 2. So there's so many efficiencies that happened there, but with environmental regulations, a lot of waste bans, the separatization of different waste streams, from textiles to our household hazardous waste, obviously the recycling, trying to pull out food waste where we can. The whole program has gotten more complex. And I think that early quits alone is not going to provide the services that this town needs. So, Michael, I am very concerned where we'll be, both in terms of early quits, which I think the town tried very hard to adapt to a changing market and service level for the town, and then this contract that, when we proposed it, we certainly thought that we were making a proposal very much in the best interest of the town and that would be supported by the town. Could we go to John King? I have Dennis for
Yes,
a
go
moment.
ahead. Yes, just for a brief moment. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for everyone's time tonight. I'll try to make this brief, but I would just like to say that I've been with the town for 20 years, and I have a very deep connection with the town of Brookline. My grandfather was a sanitation foreman going all the way back to the 70s. My father worked for the sanitation department. He was a Brookline police officer for years. My mother still works for the town. My grandparents live there. I can go on. It is with a very heavy heart that I support this decision to contract out sanitation services. It was not by any means a path I would ever envision, especially with my time being on sanitation. But with the way it currently is and with the current staff that we have configured for it, it's just not viable at this time. And I'm not sure, as the commissioner has said, of affording the early quit to come back or providing, staff incentives. It can work. Will it work? It's hard to say. I mean, I've been talking with other DPWs around the state that have the in-house services. They're all down staff, despite some incentives that have been presented to potential employees coming in the door. It's tough out there. But at the end of the day, this town needs a reliable service for waste collection. I think Casella does a great job with our recycling. I've talked to many neighboring communities that have Casella waste services for MSW curbside collection. They're very satisfied with it. As a matter of fact, they would badmouth other previous companies that they have just to talk about how well Casella Services is. And that's not to say, and I don't mean any disrespect to our current sanitation staff. I work with them. I have a deep respect for what they do, but I think the program currently has run its course, and it would be within the town of Brookline's best interest to seek alternatives with Casella Waste Systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, are you all set?
I just want to follow up a little bit. I'm trying to get, again, picture the future. I guess, let me put it a different way. Commissioner, if the proposals that the ad hoc committee came up with, is that something that that the department could do? Or how would it be disruptive, or would it be something that you could do? I'm looking for your kind
It
of.
would be incredibly disruptive.
In what way?
It's going to cost the town. I don't know that we can reliably pick up trash for this community with the recommendation of the ad hoc subcommittee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dennis.
So one of my questions has been answered regarding the, well, actually not completely. I think I apologize. I do have a question for Deputy Town Administrator, if she is here. I see her coming off of coming onto camera. So there's the proposal in our packet has a motion that very specifically allocates funds to various items. We're gonna we would appropriate a little over $5 million into the highway division budget. We would appropriate certain amounts into the group health budget, rearrange funds into the other parts of the sanitation division budget. What I have not seen is a new TM tables similar to what we looked at the other night. Nora, I just confess up front, I have not tried to produce one. And I remember that a couple of years ago, when there were amendments at town meeting to various budgets to change sidewalk repair, we ended up in an imbalanced situation. And I want to make sure that in your conversations with the subcommittee and the like, that we have a budget that can, if this passes, we can go to town meeting. Or if this passes, is there more work that we have to do before next week in order to get the budget in alignment? And if there is, could you comment on that?
Sure. So I did put the figures into the budget table, so I can go ahead and share that. This proposal would put you out of balance, so we'd have to figure out what that meant in terms of additional adjustments. And I know when I sent the draft to Jocelyn, she had questioned a couple of figures. For example, the premium that we assume we would need to pay for a 1-year non-competitive contract. And that estimate was kind of based on discussing with Erin and discussing with Charlie. Charlie, before he came here, was the procurement officer for the town of Weston. So he felt that the estimate that we had was kind of fair based on what he has seen in terms of, contract disputes and things like that. And to the extent that that might be a number that is viewed as inflated, it is highly likely that we would need a contract for emergency collection services, especially if the program fails. So to the extent that I'm over on that, I feel like I didn't have an estimate for emergency collection services. So I think that balances it out. But I mean, obviously, this is the subcommittee's proposal. They are free to accept or reject what I have here. But I'll go ahead and share my screen so you can see how these numbers will flow into the budget tables.
Oh, so Melissa, we accepted your number. We fully accepted your numbers, but you did not mention in our conversation that this would put the budget out of balance. Obviously, that's something that we would have attended to.
Well, I think it was, I gave you the figures and, you were just looking at the sanitation piece. I thought that the benefit piece, that's the thing that is setting you over is that we're now hiring 11 additional, we're basically restoring positions and backfilling. And so we have an estimate for benefits associated with those positions that we didn't have. And we took savings out of the group health budget when we reduced the position. So that's part of what's setting you over. So I can kind of walk through that right now. So you have the changes to highway, which is the restoration of the 2 positions that's in the table. And then this is the difference in sanitation. I will note that highway is the combination of this element and then snow removal. So when you look at the highway totals, we have to break out snow separately in the budget table. Once you make those changes and then you add the number for group health, you are over by about 205, 135.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You're over by 205, 135. So this is just the tables that we went through the other night.
Right.
So based on kind of restoring the 2, taking the reduction from the change in the sanitation, and then adding the group health benefits, you're over by 205, 135. And then I think, we also put in the table that I sent to Jocelyn, it also had other kind of unknown things that we, obviously would be contributing to some in the short term and some in the longer term. We likely will get some sort of challenge from Casella from the contract being, signed and then, reneged and, given that they've already purchased some vehicles, there likely would be some dispute on what the town would, owe for that. We didn't put a number there, but it is something that is a liability that we may have to reconcile with at some point. And then, there are, I'm just going to look at the table again. Obviously there'll be, we've talked a lot about, what it will take to get this program fully staffed. And if it's not early quits, that, there was discussion about premium pay and additional pays. Those are all things that take time and collective bargaining, and that there will be a number associated that if that is the thing that people believe will make this program work. And so that is currently an unknown as well. And then, obviously we're pension and OPEB liability. You could argue that, under the existing, program that there really isn't a change. And we talked about this with Erin because I said, I can't take budget savings for the reduction in staff because our pension schedule is not going to change based on this. We'll see the benefit of it in the out years when we have less FTE counts when the actuary does our study, but that's not something that we can capture on a budgetary basis. That is kind of a long-term benefit. And then I think we had also talked about we have a capital outlay number in there for replacing trucks that they, were planning on had we kept the program. And then there's also another cost incurred in not fiscal 26, but in fiscal 27, there'll be additional capital outlay that we'll need to do. When we initially bought the vehicles that we have, when we last re-upped this contract, we allowed their capital outlay to drift up from the standard $1 million that they have allocated for capital outlay. And then once the payments were done, we brought that back down. So, you know, when we were talking about this in terms of making the decision, it was, you know, this will be an expansion request if we're keeping things the way they are. And, you know, I had said to Aaron very frankly, like, I don't know that I'm going to be able to honor this. You might need to figure out how to work this within the existing allocation that you have. And so that's just something else to kind of think about as we go forward as well.
Thank you. My other question was, I wasn't sure. I heard the commissioner mention twice in her remarks. We can say more about the early quit program, but I'm not sure that if the more was said, I'm not sure I heard it. So maybe I'm wrong, and in which case there's no question here, but this is the opportunity if I'm right.
So I don't know if, I mean, this was really, I think, Kevin, the director that was working with the early quits and was trying to work with the crews, the operators around some of the ongoing challenges that were happening at the time. I'll say, and I'd like Kevin to talk about those, but what I'll say is that early quits worked when everybody worked together and the job was done. The job was done for the town. But the problem is that the job isn't getting done and people were leaving. And that isn't good for anyone. And that's it. That early quits really became something where it was just about putting as many people and assets towards that function so that everybody could leave early. And it was not working. I'm going to let Kevin talk about the challenges that he had and why he raised this. Thank
you. Go ahead, Kevin.
Good evening. Thanks, Commissioner. Kevin Johnson, Deputy Director of Operations and Highway and Sanitation Director. I've been working with the town for a little over 27 years, 24 of them here at the Sanitation and Highway Department. So I've seen this program play through. So just a little, just so, because before people vote tonight, everybody is saying that, early quits is the magic bullet. But that has changed significantly in the years coming since I've been here as well. As Commissioner said, one of the main reasons of a lot of the change was all the different diversity of stuff that's coming out of the waste stream, what we need separated and all that. But that all aside, is what that brought to us was these routes were getting done earlier and earlier and earlier. And what that was facing was they were getting up and finishing the routes earlier and leaving as soon as they could, and they weren't taking care of the basic needs that were instructed to them by their supervisors to make sure their trucks are fueled, washed, and emptied before they leave, make sure the interior, the trash is cleaned out every day, because it's not certain they'll be driving that truck the next day. They shouldn't leave it a mess for the person who might be driving it that day. Try and help out picking up litter around the transfer station. So those things were not getting done. So that was the start of the process. Then what was happening is that they were staying out on the route a little longer than the route was taking to them to do it. So they were parking and idling in neighborhoods. we were getting the calls that this truck's idling in the neighborhood for long periods of time. We'd send out the supervisors to see what was going on. Then we were made aware that this was being done so that they wouldn't come up too early and have to do some of the other tasks that was required or asked of them. So that didn't help the matter at all. So another sticking point with the other employees in town was that when they finally left for the day, some of them would stay and either hang out at the transfer station, golf course parking lot, Lars Anson Park. So definitely visual areas where other employees were working for the day, and they saw fellow employees there, and it just, just put a bad taste in their mouth. It brought to frustration to see, sanitation crew personnel just hanging out in town while they did their important tasks required of them. That particular action in previous years led to some disciplinary action, which was taken place and took care of, and helped the matter tremendously with those disciplinary action. Around the subject of not having enough trucks on the route certain days, well, there are certain times a year when yard waste is very heavy, like at the beginning of the spring and late fall. There are times of the year where MSW is very heavy, and compared to throughout the other years. And there was always a constant request that management put extra trucks out above and beyond what was required us to do the route. And when we didn't do it, there was disgruntled, and they were not happy about it, because the main objective was not to be able to be here late, but to be able to go home early. One of the most concerning things is a lot of times when employees that were backfilling from highway that went down there that were not familiar with the routes as much, or not haven't been doing that task constantly like some of the permanent employees in sanitation, it would get pressure from the drivers of the truck they were on, that they weren't gonna give them their 15-minute break, their 30-minute coffee, 15-minute coffee break, 30-minute lunch. The main objective was to get the route done and go home. That was what they wanted to do. Whether the employee backfilling that day wanted to stop, most likely than not, the lumper went along with it because of the, because it was starting to create a tense working environment when they kind of went back and forth that they wanted the break or not the break. There was some employees, one in particular, that would leave the route when he was done and head up to the transfer station, and then very soon after that would leave for the day. So they were no longer, we noticed that they were no longer working as a group to make sure that the routes were all finished before they headed up for the day. So that was definitely a challenge for the supervisors. It became that the communication breakdown was lacking. Supervisors about knowing about the route status led to missed collections, not knowing when we call the supervisor to go out and pick up a missed stop, they were unaware that some of their trucks have left the route for the day already. So it was a challenging for the supervisors as well to make sure that everybody was working together. And then when all of that was going on, these missed stops were having to be picked up by other highway employees who are working till 3:05, or we had to put it on our night shift, second shift personnel to go out and pick those missed stops. Toxic environment. So this started all leading to some toxic environment culture over competitive behavior, who can finish the fastest. This why aren't you guys as fast as we are type deal. So that's just some history of what led up to the decision of early quits. And I also, while I have a minute, I just wanted to clarify something that I might have misspoke at the last meeting, or overestimated some services that we did in highway prior to COVID, when we had full staff and weren't sending as many people down to sanitation. I think there's a confusion on how many miles we might have done versus cubic yards that we poured. Back in before prior COVID, we would average 700 to 800 cubic yards of concrete a year with our in-house crews. We put out two crews a day, sometimes 3. Our best years were upwards of 900 to 1,100 yards of concrete a year during that time period. And now, since these struggles, we are barely doing 100 yards of concrete a year. So hopefully that helps understand more of some of the efficiencies that we are not doing within highway because of our struggles. Thank you.
Dennis, do you have more questions?
Oh, no, sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Kelly Hadebeck.
Thanks, Harry. So my question is actually similar to one that Michael Berger asked. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Shute if she could comment just on whether trash will be reliably collected if the service remains in-house, or if she thinks the service disruptions will continue.
Thank you very much for that question, Kelly. I am sure that service disruptions will continue and we will not be able to pick up trash reliably. That is the only reason why we are here before you and with this contract.
Thank you.
Jay Hersey, do you have something to add to this? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Harry, for letting me speak. I'd just like to chime in. Jay Hersey, Director of Water and Sewer, on the early quits. I know that's been a hot topic as of recent. My concern with early quits and providing certain things with certain folks in any given division can be challenging. I work for Water and Sewer. We come in the middle of the night and sometimes the worst weather conditions imaginable. And we work through, and we don't get to go home when our job is done. We stay through the next day. We do what has to be done. So we need to be cautious and considerate that if you do certain things for certain groups within divisions, that it could create dissension amongst staff within DPW. We all work really hard, and I just want to make sure that as people think about this, that we're cautious about the decisions we make for trying to make special accommodations for certain groups within the department. Thank you.
Thank you. John King, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add something about the early quits. So the way it was always presented, and this goes back to, you know, however long back you want to go with early quits. It's a double-edged sword. You get to leave when you're done, but you always on the back end had to stay until you were finished. And for the sanitation program, I'm including myself in that as someone who used to do the work. I took advantage of that almost every time, leaving early. I mean, 100%. During heavy times, as Kevin mentioned, and asking for extra trucks, and as I said, I'm guilty of this as well. We wouldn't ever say we'd stay and do the work. It was always, we would complain that we were getting a raw deal by not being provide extra help, knowing that there was extra work to be done. And then when it came time to stay after 3, in the past, we had, you know, a lot of staff that would stay. And that staff has dwindled and dwindled. And I will give credit to the ones that do still stay, as Spencer, who spoke earlier, said he stayed tonight. And I greatly appreciate that. I appreciate him doing that work. I stayed with him just to, you know, ride around, make sure that other parts of the routes were still collected. But we also needed a yard waste truck for tonight to finish those routes because we were behind, and I could not get staff to do that work as well. I got a lot of no's from current staff aside from Spencer, and I was able to get a driver and for the yard waste truck, but could not procure a laborer from either the sanitation division, from highway, who is, I would say, is a little burnt out from, you know, not only doing the overtime that they have to do for their positions, but the additional overtime required from sanitation when they are volunteering. And, you know, I'm not sure that that would change going back to the early quits if we would get that commitment of, yeah, you get to leave when you're done, but you have to stay to finish the work. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Thank you so much. Dennis, I don't want to get too much into a he said, she said, but I know Mr. Destine would like to speak. Can you give me some guidance here?
I mean, given that we've been talking about the actual role of these individuals, I think it would be okay under the circumstances to call on Mr. Destine. I would very much like this to not turn into some kind of collective bargaining debate, or you know, I would like to get more sort of like facts on the ground type conversations, very limited to what's been discussed thus far. So Spencer, if you want to speak for a minute or two, that would be fine.
Yes. Kevin is right. We did leave, but we conversated with each other. We did not talk on the radio. We had a little group chat between all of us that basically told us what was left, what we had to get done. But also, when stuff was left, Kevin didn't say was, if a street is closed and they never warned us that that street is closed and they're digging in the middle of the street, they don't tell us that. And sometimes there will be a street left. There's things where the guys did, and they still do till now, because we did it today. They will come and help out. He said that they don't help out each other. We do help out each other, because we just don't say it on the radio, because we don't want to be on the radio talking all the time. We stay with each other. We talk to each other. We text between each other just to let everybody know what's left, what has to be done. I stayed late today because it was streets that I can get done with the arm truck. So that was the reason why I stayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Danelle, you're actually next on my list. You've sent me a couple questions, so
Yeah,
that-
thank you. Thank you. Kevin, you can speak after me if Harry lets you. Yeah. All right. So, so I had a question about hauling. I asked this before, and about who hauls our trash out of our transfer station, right? We have a transfer station. That's a nugget um that most municipalities don't have. Um, I've also seen Casella and Cambridge too doing pickups, by the way. But anyways, so down to the hauling. Kevin's answer was they contract the hauling out. Um, so Casella's not even doing the hauling of the trash from the transfer station. It's being contracted out. I think that's been missed here too, as well. As far as I can hear from the employees that are actually throwing the trash, is they want it, and it's the early quits. I mean, if I need to post sanitation on my Facebook post or whatever, I will, to get people applying. But it's like it's been around for so long, and I'm not going to waste too much time because, like I said, I'm going to speak about this at town meeting, and that I appreciate the employees who are actually throwing the trash, speaking up, because it means a lot. So thank you. I won't say any more tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Danelle. Kevin, I didn't want to cut you off, but
no, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just would like maybe John or Danny to speak about when the comment I made about the trash not getting picked up, not working together to get it picked up. There was a rebuttal to that. And the misstops that I'm discussing about are not the ones that were missed because of a road being closed that we weren't unaware of. We try our best to make sure that we get there before the road is opened up and we can't get down it, or we try our best to do it before. We tried our best before doing it before they left for the day. We are definitely more successful at that now that they stay till 3. So
I created this can of worms by asking the question about by starting to ask the follow-up question about the early quits, and I really don't want this meeting to turn into a discussion back and forth about a specific trash removal if we can help it. So I would prefer to not have that. I would prefer to go back to questions from our committee right now, and if there's time at the end.
We'll go back to questions. Carol Levin.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my original question in a moment, but I just want to make sure my takeaway from what Melissa said earlier is correct. That if we go with the ad hoc committee's proposal, the budget will be $260,000 out of whack. Plus, in the future, it'll put additional demands on the CIP. Was that the right takeaway?
Almost. So 205 out of balance, with additional unknowns that could happen during the course of the year that would then kind of further provide liability for the town, whether it be the need for an emergency collection contract should it completely fail, and the potential litigation that might result of from us canceling this contract. And then in the out years of the capital outlay for DPW, there's an additional cost that will be borne kind of above and beyond what we normally provide for equipment replacement.
Okay. So my original question was getting back to some of the things that Kevin was talking about that aren't getting done. And at our last meeting, Cliff had pointed out that there's a real cost to the town, excuse me, for those things that aren't getting done. And I'm wondering if the ad hoc committee attempted to quantify those lost tasks or services and incorporate that into their analysis.
Alec?
We did inquire as to the extent of those, but it was difficult to get a monetary measure of what the kind of opportunity cost was. That I think takes us back to the conversation that was had at our last in-person meeting with the town administrator, Cliff Brown, I believe, raised this point. So we weren't able to get firm numbers on that, Carol.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that Melissa's comments are alluding to that the analysis that the ad hoc committee did, and I really, commend you all for spending so much time on it, is still missing some important things. So thank you.
Thank you. Fran Perler.
So Aaron, I have another question for you about buyer's remorse. Let's say we're in with this contract in a year or two and the town is not satisfied. Are there outs for us to get out of the contract in less than 5 years? Number one, and let's say go either revisit in-house or outhouse. And the second is, given that once we sell our trucks and everything is outsourced, we can't come back, and there's so little value in those trucks, would it behoove us to keep them for a year or two, especially since we're using them for other sanitation reasons?
We could do that. We could do that. We did not sort of incorporate the sale of the vehicles into kind of any offset per se. We're planning to keep two, the electric vehicle and the Packer that's in the best condition as a backup for yard waste, et cetera, anything that we would need it for. But I mean, that's something that we could contemplate. In terms of the contract, again, I had mentioned that it is based on appropriation. So there is that, and we would have to provide 30 days notice.
I mean, if we're a year or two into it, is there any out, or if we sign it, are we set for 5 years? Do we have an escape clause?
So it is signed. And I think that it's, again, it would be based on appropriation. So at year 2 or 3, I suppose, if money was not appropriated for the contract, we would then be talking with Casella about that. And I imagine that would be because of performance, if that were ever to happen. I will say Casella has done a great job for this town, and we think that this will be absolutely seamless. And I hate to say it, but you will get better quality service.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa, did you have something you need to add?
Yes, I just think, this notion of never being able to reverse this decision, I just want to remind, the longer term AC members may remember that we did have an extreme example of kind of needing to pivot very quickly for equipment when we had 2 fire trucks fail around the same time. And we were able to provide, we basically, used the reserve fund, and we also used the overlay surplus as a way to quickly respond and deploy those fire trucks because it was necessary. It was critical to public safety. So I just don't want there to be this perception that there's an absolute and then we would never be able to pivot. I think if there was something that we really felt was in the best interest of the town, we would try and find a creative solution to make that happen.
Thank you. Jocelyn Murphy.
Thanks very much, Harry. As a preliminary matter, and I just need to say that I was really thrown by Melissa's the information that Melissa provided tonight, because we had a fairly extensive conversation about what this budget amendment should look like if we were going to restore the sanitation division as it was. And so this figure of $205,000 was never mentioned to us. Obviously, we wouldn't be forwarding a budget amendment that put the budget out of balance. And I think we may have a solution for that, which we can talk about it in a few minutes. The question came up about service disruptions, and I live at one of the last streets on the last route where trash is picked up on Friday, and I don't have any problem with my trash being picked up. I think there have been a few occasions. I did a scan of Brook Online. There aren't very many complaints about trash pickups, so I'm not really sure what service disruptions are being talked about. And finally, with regard to my preliminary comments, early quits was in place for decades and decades and decades. And since the staff's representations of early quits have been repeated several times now, I will just add that it was a benefit that was in place for decades. The trash work got done. And frankly, it's a benefit that sanitation workers are entitled to because of the work that they do. Erin has referred to their work as highly specialized, and frankly, they're entitled to a benefit that other employees may not be entitled to. But in any event, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what I was going to say tonight in opposition to a proposal that, in my capacity as a member of this committee, I don't believe is in the town's best interest. I've also spoken to the moderator and to some of you about what my role should be in terms of evaluating this proposal, because it is a role that I take very seriously. I'm a former 35-year employee of the town. I'm very familiar with contracts. I was once an e-board member in a collective bargaining unit, and I happen to have a former family member who works in the DPW. So I have a fair amount of knowledge and experience in this area. After watching the video of the select board meeting on Tuesday night, it occurred to me that I should respond to some of the comments that were made, because it was very clear to me there are several fundamental misunderstandings and unanswered questions that simply must be answered fully and accurately before Brookline signs on to what will likely be a very permanent privatization of this service with unbridled escalating costs to the town every successive year. A select board member asked what the practical implications will be if the contract isn't funded. The response was that we would be in a precarious place because Casella currently collects recycling and hauls away Brookline's trash. However, in truth, Casella subcontracts with another company, as Donnell said, to haul away Brookline's trash at an additional cost to Brookline. In fiscal year 25, that cost was more than $1 million. What would Brookline save if it contracted directly for this service? Next, the board was informed that Casella had purchased 4 trucks to accommodate the Brookline contract, and that at Borderline we would need to make them whole. Well, if Casella did purchase 4 trucks, they did so at their peril, because they are fully aware, as Erin has said, that the contract is conditioned on an appropriation. Moreover, Mr. Johnson said earlier that Casella planned to acquire and use our trucks for the first 12 to 18 months, because that's how long it takes to order new ones. I'm unaware of any litigation that is threatened in this case. A select board member asked whether we would need to renegotiate the existing recycling contract, and if so, whether it was likely to be more expensive. The town administrator's response was that he couldn't imagine it wouldn't be, which of course is speculative. I respectfully suggest that Casella would offer a competitive price, because there are likely to be several other companies that would be happy to have Brookline's contract and the use of its very valuable transfer station. Moreover, future bids would be for only one community rather than 2, which would undoubtedly widen the pool of bidders and perhaps even open the door for women or minority-owned waste management businesses. A select board member asked where the employees would come from to perform the collection service, since several employees have left. And of course, this is the reason that there's a system failure. The response was that advisory members had imparted their view by suggesting the restoration of early release. The select board member asked whether that meant working 5 hours instead of 8, and whether any other employee group in Brookline has that benefit. The town administrator responded that it did mean that, and that he was unaware of any other employees who have early release. And yet no evidence has been provided that with a crew on 4 trucks, and I'm not referring to when there were 7 trucks operating collection, but with a crew on 4 trucks, there's no evidence that employees left 3 hours early. Instead, employees report that they typically work through their 15-minute morning break and their 30-minute lunch period, leaving only an hour or an hour and a half early. Moreover, employees throughout the town are able to leave work at 12:30 on Fridays, and many, if not most of them, have remote working schedules that aren't available to these DPW employees. The same select board member asked whether members of this committee had suggested that the compensation for these employees should be increased, and the answer was yes. In fact, what has been suggested is that, consistent with a third select board member's statement, that Brookline is committed to offering attractive wages to its labor employees, these employees ought to be offered reasonable incentives to continue working in a department that pays them at the lowest pay scale in Brookline. In my experience as a manager and a 35-year employee in Brookline, offering such incentives could very well avoid the need for privatization and this contract, and bring both the highway and sanitation division units up to par. Next, a select board member commented that the desire to have efficient and reliable waste collection with predictable costs supports this contract. Is the select board aware that as members of the Teamsters Union, Casella's employees have the option to strike, unlike Brookline's employees? How will trash be collected if that occurs? Are they aware that in addition to the escalating costs of the contract, Brookline will also have to pay for the increases in prevailing wages and fuel prices? I don't recall that discussion at the select board meeting. And finally, the discussion turned to the board's goal of presenting a unified front on the budget at town meeting and avoiding a crisis on the floor over trash collection. One select board member who is frustrated with my participation in this matter stated that executing authority appropriately and judiciously at the right time with a lot of thought and consideration is what is appropriate. My response to that statement, with which I fully agree, is this. This was presented to the advisory committee for the first time on March 27th. In the limited time that the advisory committee has been given to review this proposal, we've done our best. However, there still remain many unanswered questions about whether the proposal to indelibly outsource trash collection in Brookline is in the town's best interest now and into the future. I respectfully ask that you join me in pausing this proposal so it may be appropriately evaluated before we take this step. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Selwyn.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions. Melissa, what has been the track record in terms of the cost that we have incurred with Casella over the past 5 years? Has it remained relatively stable? Has it increased? And if it's increased, by how much? Do you know?
I think Erin probably could better answer that question. A lot of times when there are, efficiencies in the contractual services, we don't necessarily, adjust the budget every year. So, there have been years where the sanitation contractual services line item has stayed flat. And that is also kind of related to the recycling environment as well. So Erin, I don't know if you want to speak any further on kind of what your experience has been.
I think what I'll say is Casella has been very clear in terms of their prices. We had a 5-year contract with them that has the collection for the recycling, and then a per ton price, and then a shared cost or credit based upon the commodities market. So that actually it has worked very well. That's common in this market, but I think their pricing has been very clear. We've been able to budget to that very well. And we continue to work with Solid Waste Advisory Committee to try to reduce trash, maximize recycling, look at promote, consumer responsibility. So anyway, it's been predictable. We've been able to budget, no surprises. The only one thing that happened, and we were anticipating this, is there was a point in time where fuel costs went up, and there was a clause that if it went above, I want to say maybe it was $3.80 or $4, that there would be a slight adjustment in the contract, and we negotiated with that with them, and that was fine. So they've been great.
I've been looking at I was looking at some of the numbers the other day, and it looked to me like there was about $1 million increase. I think it was between FY 23 and 24. Did I read it wrong? Which is very possible because I was doing this very quickly.
There was not $1 million increase, but there was an increase where we had a COVID restore for a full-time employee. We added, and I don't know, Melissa, I'd have to go back and look. There was a code enforcement position added as it relates to rodent control that came out of town meeting. There also was zero
In the
waste.
Casella contract or another town employee?
No. In the overall sanitation budget.
Okay, now I'm talking about the Casella contract, but specifically.
No, there was not $1 million increase in the Casella contract from one year to the next.
Okay. Do Casella employees have anything similar to early quit? Do you know?
They do not.
They
They
do
do
not.
not. They're generally working, 45 to 55 hours per week.
May I two-finger that? Because I had a conversation with one of the sanitation employees who had a conversation. This is totem pole hearsay, completely, but I was told that Casella employees, once they release their recycling in Charlestown, if they don't have to return to Cambridge for an additional run, that they can leave. And I don't know, as I said, that's hearsay.
They don't in Brookline. I think I'd like to, there've been a couple questions about the transfer station. So Casella has the operation of the transfer station as part of their contract. So as a reminder, Casella does all the curbside collection of recycling, and then they haul all of our recycling to their MRF, their facility in Charlestown, where they process all of the recycled materials. For the trash we collect the trash in-house. It's brought to weighed and brought to the transfer station, and it's consolidated. A third party that is a sub to Casella operates a loader and a backhoe at our transfer station. Everything goes on the tipping floor, and they load 100 cubic yard containers that then are dispatched to one of 4 generally waste to energy facilities. Casella has the contracts with all of those disposal sites. So we're paying for full kind of loading and hauling and disposal. It could be in Saugus, it could be Haverhill, it could be North Andover, could be CMAS, which is in Rochester. And these waste to energy facilities, Casella has a contract with them and are able to leverage the amount of waste that they bring in each month. They bring in around 8,100 tons per month through all of their customers in the greater Boston area, kind of Peabody through down to Newton and Boston and Brookline. And because of that, they are guaranteed to be able to get into a facility and they have a better price. We would never be able to efficiently and adequately negotiate with these facilities and then pivot the way they need to. For example, Haverhill had 2 of 3 boilers that was out. They had an unplanned outage. CMAS had a planned outage. What happens is then vehicles are rerouted to other facilities and then wait in line for hours to tip the waste. And then sometimes a facility is closed. So this business is very much, it's not a specialized business that the town wants to get into. We need to have contractors that this is their business. They have a large client base that they can leverage so we can get better dollars and better service. So it has worked very well with Casella managing the transfer station and disposing of our waste offsite.
I have one last numbers question. and I may have this wrong, and it's very late, I might have missed something. But my recollection is when we met in town hall a week or so ago, whenever it was, there was a discussion about the impact on the highway department in terms of sidewalk paving, and it was suggested at that time, if I recall correctly, that they were sometimes able to do something between 6 and 9 miles a year, if I think was a number that got thrown out. And I may be wrong on that, but tonight the number that got thrown out was 900 yards, which by my math sounds like about a half a mile. And so did I hear one of these incorrectly, or is there?
You did. So Kevin had said that they used to be able to do, he thought, 4 to 6 miles. And that was based on it's cubic yards, not yards. And so I don't know, I think it's around 3. And Kevin was looking
I
at
thought
this,
he
but
was still saying
I mean,
900
with the
900 yards of paving. Is that the point I missed? He was talking about cubic yards of concrete, not
cubic yards of concrete.
not paving.
Kevin did the numbers on this, and he can share it with you right now, but it was, and he can tell you what it was and what it is per mile, and it was, they did sections all over town.
If when it was one was a length thing and the other was a cubic thing. If that's the explanation, we don't need to waste any more time on it.
He converted the cubic yards into miles, and generally, even doing 1 to 3 miles, they're not able to even come close to that now, due to staffing being on sanitation.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Janice Kahn.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you to town staff and to my colleagues on this ad hoc committee. I'm one of 2 votes that abstained, and I want to explain why. And I took a really different approach to looking at this issue. So I wanted to understand why this process seemed to go, from my perspective, so wrong from an advisory committee point of view. When we had the experience of the privatization of recycling, that actually went fairly smoothly. And so I wanted to figure out what was different about this. And I sent you my research. You can look at your leisure as to the history of privatization. But I noted that in my notes, and I have all these old financial plans going way back, that in my notes for 2015, that the commissioner at the time came to the advisory committee and discussed that there had been bidders, that they were looking at privatizing the recycling, that this was actually not, we had already done that. No, this was for the pay-as-you-throw system. And that he explained that there were 11 bids, they all were too high. There was uncertainty whether they were going to go through with privatizing pay-as-you-throw. And that was in 2015. In 2016, there was, in the town administrator's budget message, all about solid waste collection and disposal. But we had had a conversation prior to any contracts being signed about what was going on. And so it occurred to me that, and I appreciate the efforts that were made to talk to SWAC, Solid Waste Advisory Committee, but they don't have a statutory responsibility, a fiscal responsibility. That's something we have. And it seems to me that that was a serious mistake in the process of going through this, that this has an effect on the budget. We are statutorily responsible for the fiscal oversight of of the budget, and that it seemed wrong that the decision to privatize and sign the contract was made before there was even a real discussion with this body, which works very hard on behalf of the town. As you can see, the tremendous amount of work done by my colleagues, more on this issue right now. And I noted that there's nothing in the town administrator's budget message in the 2026 financial plan that has even a hint of this privatization. So that's a real difference to me. And I did watch the tape also of the select board meeting. And I really feel that this board needs to speak up, that the advisory committee needs to write a message to the select board, to the town administrator, just really clarifying what our role is and that we are an important part of this whole decision-making process, that we're not sort of an afterthought. We're not pushed aside because maybe we are inconvenient. We can be inconvenient. I can admit that. We ask questions. That's our role. Our role is to ask questions. And maybe we think of, we are 20, I don't know how many people we are right now, 28 to 30 at any one time. But we might ask questions that other people are not thinking of. That's what we do. And so, I'm at that 50-50 point as well, as was mentioned. And Donnell's right. It shouldn't have come to this point with us being so much in the dark. It just was wrong. It shouldn't have happened. And so that's my role. I feel that I was talking to one of our colleagues on this board about it being, it's like the doomsday, that we're 1 minute before midnight and we're too late. I feel that we're in this too late. I know that my colleagues on the ad hoc committee don't feel that way, but I do. I feel that we've been so pushed aside for so long in the process that at this point, I am probably going to vote for privatization because I know the work is not getting done. I also, like Jocelyn, I live at the end of the route, the far edge of Brookline. And 2 weeks ago, Casella picked up my recyclables first thing in the morning, and my yard waste was picked up in the afternoon, and my trash was picked up after 6. And I know that that's unusual. That's why I remember it, because it is unusual. I so care about our DPW workers. I have so much respect for the work they do, and they are critical to the health of this community in so many ways. They are critical public health workers in this town and deserve our respect and our thanks every day for the work that they do. And but I don't think that this committee should just walk away from what happened. I think that we need to make a statement. And so I will leave it there. You can look at my research should you wish to, but that's where I'm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil Gordon.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. So I'm not opposed to making a statement. I don't think we should make a statement and do what's wrong for the town. And I don't think our primary role is to make a statement. So Jocelyn talked at length about the contract, and thank you for saving this committee a whole bunch of time, so I don't have to say that. And I only want to say this about the contract. So we hear, I've heard from select board member or two that the advisory committee, maybe town meeting, is trying to defund the contract. Well, it's our budget. This contract hasn't been funded. It's a contract. right? It has a big contingency in it. The contingency is funding by town meeting, right? It's town meeting's vote. And I hear, oh, there'll be litigation and you know, we have to make them whole for all the things that they did. They're a big company and they're well represented, right? And what they did, accepting the risk that the contract may not be funded, that's on them. Like, you know, we're grown-ups too. That's on them. They want to sue us because they took risk that they accepted in a contract. They're not a small business. They're not a lot of things that they're not. They're large and they're sophisticated. And the risk that they take, those risks are on them. I want to go back to this 50-50. I was at 50-50 before. I'm shifting way further away from 50-50 in favor of maintaining the status quo. And I'll say this, in this situation, right, this is a one-way street situation. I'll get to that in a sec. Changing the status quo should require preponderance of evidence. And right now I see the preponderance of evidence going in the wrong direction for privatization. This is not like the, oh my goodness, we need new fire trucks. We made a reserve fund transfer. We found 2 trucks. The trucks were delivered. We didn't have to hire and train firefighters. They were already here. We give up the trucks, we give up the equipment, we give up the infrastructure, we give up the management, we give up the employees. That's not easy to turn the key in reverse. That's very different.
Are you all set, Neil?
I am, thank you.
Elisa?
I'm very puzzled. I'm assuming the reason that we are exploring this is because we have a moral or philosophical perspective that we should try to maintain town staff. And perhaps I'm wrong. But it seems to me somehow we need to be able to see what is the difference in cost between having Casella take over the garbage collection and having the town do it. And I just haven't seen it. I don't know all those other towns that still have collection in-house. What are they paying? Why is it working there? Why isn't it working there? The fact that now, like Jocelyn, I haven't had any problem with my trash pickup. I don't notice what time it gets picked up as long as it gets picked up. The fact that right now it's very difficult from a morale perspective makes sense because there's not enough people working in sanitation. Why aren't we looking at, gee, if we had the right number of sanitation workers and provide them with the recompense that's needed to get garbage collectors that want to work as garbage collectors, what is the difference in cost? And I don't know how to make a decision here because I haven't gotten that analysis of one option versus the other. And I don't know if anyone can provide that.
Alec or Jocelyn from the subcommittee?
So I think the best comparison that we've gotten, it comes from the table that Melissa Goff shared with us. That is linked in the agenda packet and underpinned the numbers that I shared in the subcommittee report and was also the numbers that Melissa was discussing as we were looking at the potential budget impact. Those are the best comparative numbers that we've gotten so far. I understand it's a difficult apples to apples comparison to make because of the complexity of what's involved. But you know, that's the best resource I can refer you to at this point, Elisa.
And have we all looked at the other towns that have maintained it in-house? And just the more fundamental question is what brought this to the fore is that we have general perspective in town that we want to keep services provided by town workers? Do we have that kind of consensus at the advisory committee, or is that not the case? I just, I'm just wondering from what lens I'm supposed to be making the decision.
Aaron, I see you have your hand raised. I was gonna give you the last word in a minute. So if you hold on 1 second and just see, do you have other questions you're gonna ask, Elisa?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, so then what I'm gonna do, because Aaron, you're fundamentally the petitioner here because it's your budget that's going to be on the table. You can get a few minutes to kind of summarize, and if you need to outsource briefly to members of your staff to help answer some of the questions that have come up, feel free, but let's not.
Okay. All right. I think that a few things. One is I lament not coming before advisory to talk to all of you about the hardship that we were having. You haven't noticed because we have done everything in our power to make it invisible to you how much we've been struggling. And that's it. Like, we don't want you to have any interruption in service. We don't want you to not get the service that we really strive to provide here. And so we have been struggling, and we have been trying to backfill and cover that up, and not as a cover up, but just fix it. Sanitation is the first thing that we make sure happens every day. It is also, when a sanitation truck goes down, it is the first thing that our mechanics go to. Everything else goes aside. And so there was no intent on our part in any way, shape, or form to bypass the advisory committee's authority as your fiduciary authority, your responsibility to this town as it relates to town meeting. So I just want to be really clear with that. We thought we were following every step in terms of putting the contract out, meeting with the union, having the conversation with Casella. We thought it was very open. We were talking about it very openly and trying to, so there was nothing that we were trying to hide. It was a challenge. And so I think I was just as surprised as you were when I came to advisory saying, we're in trouble and we have a solution. And I have 3 employees that have this function. We're keeping them in-house. They're going to stay in DPW. 2 will stay in sanitation. We wish we weren't here, but this is the only way that we see to be able to provide this critical service going forward. I love that you're talking about, the employees and kind of what we need for the employees and having that skill set in-house. We only have 3 left. 2 will stay in sanitation, but I have dozens that are beleaguered from being pulled to work on sanitation every day. And what about those employees? We need to provide an environment where they can come and do the work that they were hired to do here as well. So I apologize for not coming to advisory. I honestly I thought I was following the right steps. I thought I was coming to you with a great solution for the town. I understand that there are I did not see the select board's meeting the other night. I understand there may be some conversations that need to happen. I'm happy to be part of any conversation as it relates to public works, but supporting this contract is in the best decision of the town, and to make sure that we can collect trash every day. There may be other things we need to work on in terms of process, but that is what we need to do every day. Alec, I thought that you had, from the select board's presentation, I had provided the full cost accounting analysis on the difference. So I thought you had what you needed. If you were looking for something different, and I worked with Melissa on this other analysis to just show the public works piece of it, because full cost accounting impacts, healthcare and all of those other pieces. So you know, there's that. I think I just want, because Danny Palermo's been here for the last two meetings. He's the operations manager. He's the one that's dealing with all the employees that don't want to be on sanitation every day. And I just want him to give you, Danny, 30 seconds on what is going on for you every morning.
Good evening, everyone. Like Commissioner said, I'm the ops manager for the Highway and Sanitation Division. I start in 2017 as a seasonal, and I have nothing but gratitude to the town of Brookline and to the Highway and Sanitation Division, because I've been able to grow here. So I know what is being, I have done every single job on the Highway and Sanitation Division, every single one. And it's sad for me because I'm the one who have to make the decision every day of who's gonna go and what we're gonna prioritize every day. And the town, every resident wants to get things done. And this town has a very high expectation on everything. And when I used to work as a laborer or as an MEO2 or as a foreman, I'll take pride of every time we accomplish the goals that we had, because we know the expectations. And right now, I feel so sad when I need to make a decision, because obviously sanitation is a priority. And I have to deal with my staff who doesn't want to do sanitation, and I need to send them there. So people who, even if they will have the early quit, they will be unhappy because they don't want to do that job. That's the reality. There are things that are so obvious. Yeah, there are things that are common sense. There's many things that we can think about to fix the problem, but there's a reality. And the reality is that we do not have the staff who wants to do that job.
Mr.
And
Palermo, that 30 seconds has turned into 2.5 minutes.
That's,
So I need
that
to,
was great.
you need to wind
Thank
up.
you. So with that, I really hope that that advisory can support all of Public Works and can support us in providing trash collection services to the town. And doing that, it's supporting our proposal.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you again to the subcommittee. We have the way that I think this should work is for us to put on the table a motion for the DPW fiscal year 26 operating budget, which I believe is either $20,565,454 or $20,565,453. So I need clarification on that. And then take up amendments from the subcommittee. And I heard at least a rumor in the chat that there might be a tweak proposed to the subcommittee motion to try to address the concerns that Ms. Goff raised earlier, but I don't know. I haven't seen them, so I don't know if that's true or not. And if it is, I would love to hear it. So I guess I'll turn it over to Alec to see if there's what motion we should take up.
Yeah, Dennis. As was mentioned previously, we were not aware that the additional benefit funds had not been included in that comparative total.
Right.
So our proposed solution or amendment to the pending motion would be to deduct the benefit amounts from the 10% premium reserve, with the understanding that should more money be needed for that premium or for emergency services, this committee would support reserve fund transfers in the future.
So where would that be in?
So if you, in the actual motion, that
which
would be,
is,
I can show you if you'd let me share my screen.
I'll let you, you can absolutely share your screen.
So that would be here. Can you see the spreadsheet?
Yes.
So that would be taking this amount, 415,983, which is the 10% premium set aside,
Right.
which would fall in the services budget, and reducing the 203 or the 205,000 and change number, which is the sum of this benefit and the difference from base, these two numbers. And what that would give us is an appropriation instead of the 415,000 of 210,848.
Right. But in terms of the actual motion that was proposed, there was a voted motion that said the following amounts be appropriated, and there's various categories. So what do those categories turn out to be now?
So
or I guess I
that
can update this to
would be doing some quick Excel calculations here.
I can give
Perhaps
you the grand
Melissa
total
can
by
help.
sanitation. Yeah, so essentially the sanitation sub-program would be 6,270,655. So the total would be a reduction in the sanitation division of 321,674.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yep.
All right, so that because this is the motion that that was submitted, and I just want to make sure that we're voting on. So it's how, I want to know what form to put this motion in. Like, this motion is not changing, correct?
The only difference would be, I think not the language of the motion itself. The only difference, I believe, would be changing the number under sanitation purchase of services, and it would be deducting the 205,000 from that number, which would give us.
Okay.
That very
All right.
quickly.
All right. I hope that's clear, because I can't mark this up, of course, here, because this is this PDF that's on, the website. But
that would give us for sanitation purchase of services 4,370,678.
okay, so I'm going to so that means that we have on the table favorable action of the DPW operating budget, and then we're going to have the subcommittee. Well, in this case, it'll be the Lebovitz motion because it's slightly changed. Amendment, which is to adjust the DPW operating budget as per the table provided, and then with the exception that the personnel, purchase of services is adjusted to, and give me the number again, please.
I posted that in the chat, Dennis.
Oh, thank you. 4,370,678. And my assumption is that if this motion passes, we would go on to debate the other two motions because they kind of come together, and if this motion fails, there's probably no reason to take up the other two motions, and we would just go on to vote the overall operating budget, if that makes sense. All right, so we have a motion on the table, for which we just talked about the details. I'm not going to repeat them. This conceptually is the first. If voting for this is the first step of a set of motions, as were discussed, that would presumably all be adopted or not. to adjust the DPW budget as per the recommendations that were coming from the subcommittee. So I think we're ready.
Dennis.
Well, we need a second for Alex's motion. Yes.
Second.
Dennis, David Mark has a question.
Sure, go ahead, David.
This is about the numbers that we're talking about. If we vote these numbers to fully fund the sanitation department, is that 10 or 11 full-time employees? Is that it's 10?
Aaron, you want to answer that?
You mean like what's being added back that was going to be cut, or what will be it would be 10 on sort of the collection, and that was what we had. Yes, it would be 10.
Okay, so a full-time collection, full-time employee, pay plus benefits, approximately how much is that? So there are two ways to do this. We can, instead of going for 10, we could go for 7 or 8 and then use the savings from that instead of taking away the what Alex just adjusted. And I just didn't know and I don't want to, it's way too late to really get into this at this point. And if you have a solution, that's fine, all right. I was just wondering, it's unlikely that you're going to get to 10, no matter how hard you try and recruit, and you'll have a couple of positions open no matter how successful you are. So that would maybe take care of the overage right there. And I just didn't know what your thoughts were on that. That's all I was going to ask.
I understood that 2 FTEs were going to highway. Is that correct? At least that's what Melissa said.
Yes, because those positions were devoted to sanitation functions, we made the reduction because effectively the service was already gone.
Okay, then I understand now. Thank you.
Catherine.
Thank you. I'm unclear. We're giving the department the money, but we haven't come up with a solution for finding staff. Is that accurate?
That's addressed in the resolution, Catherine.
That would be the subsequent motions we'd be talking about. Should this motion pass?
So just want to clarify, we have not just the money to raise the total compensation, because as I understand it, the department has been unable to find staff, full stop. And so I just want to clarify that we're giving them money, but that we're not giving them a path to find employees.
Again,
Well, so the issue that had arisen, Catherine, was that our ability to be prescriptive about management or incentive packages within DPW is extremely limited, to the point of basically being non-existent. This is the idea that should our motion pass and a condition of appropriation be put in place, we would then vote on the pending advisory committee resolution motion, which would be urging the select board to take the actions that we feel could help with recruitment and retention, namely the restoration of early quits and other appropriate incentives.
Okay. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around this. We're asking a department that has been unable to make this work and is saying they're at the end of their ropes to come up with a plan in 2 months to staff a department that they've been unable to staff. I just want to understand the plan that we're suggesting to town meeting. I'm concerned about our trash service for the town.
I don't think the thinking was 2 months, because this is the idea behind seeking the extension of the existing Casella contract for 1 more year, would be to provide more runway for the incentives to potentially take effect. That was at least the discussion of the subcommittee that informed our vote on the motion.
So do we, and I was on the subcommittee,
right.
Do we know that Casella will provide emergency trash services if we are unable to staff this department?
We have asked what, we've asked if they could give us a cost for that.
I know we've spent hours talking about this, so
Yeah.
perhaps we should just vote, but I'm just
I would
having a
like
very
to.
difficult time to support this.
So we have, I need a second for Alex's amendment because it's not the one that was from the subcommittee.
Second.
All right, so the way this works is we are about to take a vote on whether to amend the DPW budget as per discussion. A vote for this is a vote for continuing to provide service in-house. I'm about to lose my my headphones. If this passes, there are a few other technical motions that I think we would probably want to vote in favor of. And we will take it from there. Share my screen. We are voting on the amendment. Michael.
No.
Ben.
No.
Anthony.
Yes.
John.
No.
Catherine.
No.
Hey, Dennis.
Harry. Oh, Harry.
No.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Catherine said no. Harry Freeman.
Yes.
David Mark.
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Susan.
No.
Perry. Is Perry still here?
I
said no.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Kelly.
Kelly had to leave.
Elisa.
Abstain.
Janice.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Harry. You may have to make an announcement while I adjust my.
Oh, we're halting due to technical difficulty.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Alec.
Yes.
Carol.
No.
Pam.
No.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Donnell.
Yes.
Linda.
No.
Mark.
No.
Fran.
No.
David.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
And no Christine. All right, so by a vote of 8 in